All right, everybody, welcome on into this monumentous occasion. It is the Kraken Smite League, final ever season of Smite 1 and the final ever game of the Deep Sea Division. That's right, it is the grand final best of 5 matchup between Eternal Vanguard and Fallen Angels. My name's Judas Priestley today, joined by Zats. And Zats, what a set we have on our hands today. We have the first seed Eternal Vanguard. They won the league season. Now they're hoping to double that up with the playoff season. Meanwhile, the Fallen Angels came in at third for this tournament, but find themselves in this grand final matchup. It has everything to be an absolutely explosive finals.
It absolutely does. Thank you for the introduction, Judas. I cannot wait for this one. It does feel like the end of an era, I suppose, and a fitting way to top it off in what is going to be a best of 5. I hope a really closely fought contest between two very, very strong teams. We've seen the Fallen Angels. We've been on this journey with them. We've cast quite a lot of their games. Obviously, they're up against the number 1 seed, Eternal Vanguard. All the storylines are there, and it's all culminated into this final moment. And as you said, it may well be the last time we see Smite 1 in this division. So it's all bubbling up. There's a pun there, if you like that. It's all culminated in this moment, and I cannot wait to get started.
Well, how about we make a splash then, Zats? Let's head on over to the picks and bans for game number 1. The storylines are there. Let's see how the introduction goes. So it is still a pretty fresh patch, it feels like. We have just had a bonus balance update as well, but even the newest changes are still sort of settling at the moment. There's been lots of theories over what is better, how should you be drafting. We've seen some tanky junglers being quite strong. Solo lane has had a lot of priority. We're actually seeing a Chuck first band. That's how often do we get Chuck first band out? So plenty of intrigue. What do you expect to see from these two teams, as it is game 1 of a best of 5?
Well, interestingly, we did see that Shaq band in the last week set. So not a big surprise. I think with how we're seeing more hybrid solos coming out, we're seeing a bit more sustain and damage coming out of that lane, and certainly Shaq fits into that. He's quite mobile, quite tough to lock down, and offers enough going into the late game as well as in that laning phase. Because I do think actually a lot of these recent changes, they actually come down to making the laning phase really, really crucial for getting off to a good start. Because a lot of the games we've seen and we casted have actually been decided at quite an early stage, because someone just gets ahead in their lane and snowballs the game from there. It is quite a snowballing meta at the moment.
Yeah, definitely want to get off to a good start, because coming back into the game is proving ever more difficult. Not that it's impossible, but it tends to be that you do require not even just one, but sometimes several mistakes from the opposition. Now, mistakes do happen, especially in the Deep Sea Division. We are high up, but not quite at the tippy top, where you can expect those small lapses in concentration, those small breakdowns in communication, maybe. So there will definitely be opportunities, even if some of these teams fall behind. But you see with the Cucullin for the Fallen Angels, who, let's face it, does nothing but bully lanes. It's similarly so for Eternal Vanguard, the Bacchus and her duo lane. Like you said, both teams want to get off to a fast start in these side lanes.
Yeah, absolutely. And certainly the Cucullin, absolute lane bully, as you said. But on the other side, a Bacchus on her, that is a kill lane. If you've ever seen one, lots of difficult CC to deal with if you are the duo lane of the Fallen Angels. Strong picks, not something you think of as top of the meta. And in fact, Bacchus got nerfed in this most recent bonus balance. So, I think they're going with what they know. They're going with something they're comfortable with. And the most important thing is that they are picking a lane where you can just outright win the game from early on. And that's important to see. And it's important that you set the tone in this grand final. That's the right way to do it, I think.
And I do like seeing from the Fallen Angels here, they've drafted their backline relatively early, but it's two gods that have this ability as a backline to just get out of the fight no matter what is happening. Of course, Yu Huang taking off with that dragon flight. Similarly so, Rama just takes up into the sky and can still output big damage as well. It almost counteracts what Eternal Vanguard look to do with this top three, right? You want to just jump onto the backline, start getting kills early, but all of a sudden when the backline's physically not on the map to be hit, it does put at least a delay in that type of aggression, so a chance there for Fallen Angels to re-aggress. We have seen the second phase of bans coming through as well, and something almost surprising. We see two junglers, one solo and one support, so no one really knows what they want to be banning out here. Everything's still up in the air. We do see that Kumbhakana taken off the table. It has been pretty common lately, but it seems Eternal Vanguard still value the Bacchus that much higher. But ooh, a Jormungandr likely in the solo lane for Eternal Vanguard. In fact, I hope it's in the solo lane for Eternal Vanguard. But how do you think this might match up into that Cucullin? And what's the differences between these gods?
I actually really like it because your wave clear is very, very good. You have lots of poke potential. Not so much kill potential, certainly not into a Cucullin, but you have a very easy time in lane in that you can clear wave. You've got that World Serpent to get out whenever you like. And, in seasons past, when proxying was a thing, you saw Jormungandrs at Phoenixes just clearing wave and ulting out. And that does really sum up Jormungandr, but also he can build quite a lot of damage items because of how that ultimate works. It means that, you're not having to tank as much damage as most other solo laners because you're not in the fight. You're just there flying around as a big snake and doing lots of damage. So I like how this pick fits into the meta at the moment. I think it could be a really good answer to this Cucullin.
Certainly could be, but Fallen Angels have drafted similarly good answers as well. I think Charon is a god that sometimes struggles to find their place. Ever since Charon's been released, you've had periods where Charon's been picked a lot, sometimes where Charon's not been picked at all, and it tends to be just because Charon's one of those weird supports, right, where they don't provide huge lockdown or anything. It's a lot of disruption, it's a lot of chaos, but I think into the draft that Eternal Vanguard have gone for, where they want to be very organized, you want to line things up, you do see, maybe a window for this Carrot to be quite effective, especially with the disruption possible from the Hunbats. But that is a Surtur being locked in as the final pick for Eternal Vanguard. That must be a Surtur jungle, right?
Yeah, I actually think Surtur jungle is pretty strong. I would argue that throughout Surtur's time in Smite, he's always been a good jungler. Obviously the damage is very, very high. He's going to be a bit more tanky, got a bit more sustain than your traditional junglers. The problem is I don't really like it up against a Humbats because while you have, I think, quite high early kill potential and gank potential, you're going to want to get Blink first on the Surtur jungle.
Yes.
And that's going to make Humbats' life a lot easier because if you get ulted by that Fear No Evil or any of the other CC, Charon can actually be pretty annoying as well with that silence. It makes it very difficult for Surtur to do anything because even if you get your ult off, that ult takes a long time to wind up and it does not go as far as you think. There's a lot of chase down. So that does worry me a little bit, but I also think if the Fallen Angels haven't maybe played against this kind of pick as much, then the surprise factor could actually come in huge, and I would expect to see some very early ganks coming from this Surta jungle.
I
Assuming
like
that's where it
this as
is.
well. Yeah, yeah. Again, we are just assuming. We actually don't really know, but it does look like that would be the case. I think anything else would be certainly shocking. But I was going to mention that because we are in, of course, game one of a best of five. This is probably the best time to bring some of these picks through. You know, like Certain Jungle, like you said, can catch a team off guard. The damage that it puts out is absolutely shocking when you are, like you say, not used to it. So having that in a game one, and then all of a sudden, if Eternal Vanguard are able to run away with it through this Surta, maybe even through this Yorm as well, which are the other two hot picks, shall we say, the ones that are a bit more irregular. If you're then forcing Fallen Angels to throw a ban onto that, then all of a sudden it opens up the Lancelot, opens up the Camisoles, opens the Chuck. It makes things a lot more complicated for these later rounds. But with both sets of five already locked in, Zats, I'm just going to throw it to you straight. Which of these two drafts do you prefer overall?
Hard to say that the Fallen Angels have just a good, solid comp all round. But interestingly, when you compare the two drafts, it does feel like these are two teams that have completely different ideas on what the meta is at the moment. Completely different prioritization from Eternal
Yep.
Vanguard compared to what we've seen from the Fallen Angels over the last few weeks. It's quite a switch up. Even looking back at the bans, and they first picked the Anha and the Bacchus. Completely different prioritization. I do think that there is that risk, though, of Fallen Angels could get caught out. There's a lot of early game aggression coming out from this Eternal Vanguard comp. That concerns me a little bit, and their late game is not very good, it has to be said. Whereas the Fallen Angels, the longer this game goes on, the better you think they're going to fare.
All right, well, we do just have a technical issue from one of the players, so we're going to take a short break, but do not go anywhere because we will be coming right back in as soon as this game is ready to start. We'll see you guys soon for game number one. All right, I told you it was going to be a quick break, and a quick break it was. This is just a quick last look at the drafts, but now that we've seen all the gods, let's see how the gods shape up as we head on over to game number 1 between Fallen Angels and Eternal Vanguard. So here we go, everyone, where we would have thought it will in fact be this Surtur in the jungle, and we've touched on it a bit there, Zat, so you just want to reiterate, you think it'll be a decent pick here?
I think it could get off to a pretty frightening start. Very high base damage. That's just natural when you have these warrior junglers. They have more CC and higher base damage than you're expecting from your more traditional assassin junglers. Certainly, if I'm Zexy Zealot, I would expect to see a more farm-oriented early game. Certainly pre-level 5, I wouldn't expect to see the Humbats ganking anywhere anytime soon. But yeah, the Surtur could get off quickly, and I would actually like it to get aggressive, maybe into this duo lane, just to you've already got a really early game aggressive comp, certainly in the laning phase. So I want to see them make the most of that. Doesn't have the blink, unfortunately, and that's something we did touch on in the picks and bans, and that is going to lessen your effect in the early game. But I think you should still be looking to be proactive across the map. Try and make something happen early and just get some momentum, especially in this game 1 of the Grand Finals.
Yeah, everyone wants to get off to a good start, right? It's not the worst thing if you do lose the game, but it is if you start the game bad and just kind of, continue that through the rest of the set. So, wanting to get off to a front foot start, obviously both teams, that's why we're seeing there Jinx and Furballer wanting to get in aggressively, leaping on to their opposing dual lane, but not too much in the way of kill potential here, just building a little bit of pressure here and there. Reaper needs to be careful entering the lane in that sort of angle, because if there is a waiting Surtur, you might find yourself in danger. We are seeing our first gank attempt from Zexy Zealot, though I think waiting for the jumps to come in from the backers, but nope, did not wait long enough, and Jinx shall just jump on the way to safety, but again, builds the pressure, opens the space for the shield camp to be done.
Yeah, and it does help this, what is a pretty slow dual lane from the side of the Fallen Angels. So I don't actually mind that. There was never really any kill potential.
Yeah.
It does mean you see this rotation to the other side of the map from Adora. Pretty much very standard stuff as you expect to see. One jungler goes one way, and then you have a choice to make. Do I follow the Humbats? Do I try and make a fight happen, which is certainly not a bad idea for this Surtur, or you go to the other side of the map, avoid a fight, and try and equalise that farm that the jungler is gaining on the other side of the map. So it's all very interesting so far, very clean. No mistakes from anyone, you'd have to say. Now, possibly a little scuffle over these camps, but you can see the base damage. Zexy Zealot's low.
Oh, big root, though, coming out from Reaper. Just catches both of the potential aggressors there, and Zexy Zealot gets their first warning sign of, like you say, the base damage from Surtur. That is a level 2 stun coming out from Adora there, and that is just how much damage this Surtur can potentially do. So, definitely warning signs, but at least signs that the Fallen Angels do not want to allow that jungler to get ahead, right? Still want to be proactive again. A red buff invade actually successfully done from Fallen Angels. Certainly a big slip of that for Eternal Vanguard, but big plus for Fallen Angels.
And actually, that comes down to Reaper got a nice double root on the Yu Huang. Is doing decent damage. Both mid laners have opted for that conduit gem, which was very much relevant in that 2v2 fight. We saw high damage numbers, but actually the poke that came out from Reaper became more impactful. And the fact that the Tiamat had already used everything to try and engage in that fight and then took a load of poke, it meant they kind of lost map pressure, and they ended up losing their red buff for it.
More fighting over here. The ults go flying from both teams, but the Eternal Vanguard's dual lane get off to a slightly better start, and that is the first blood coming through there for Furballer. Well, that's what this dual lane was picked for, Zats, and it's done its job.
Yeah, you need to be playing a little bit further back than that, I think. That's just what Anher Bacchus can do to you. Knock up into another knockup, potentially an impale stun, into another stun for the Bacchus, but there is just too much CC. And obviously Anher, one of the premier early game hunters anyway, also one of the best at boxing. It's just so hard to deal with an Anher with that passive coming into effect as well, reducing those procs. So hard to fight into an Anher early, and we saw how much damage that Desert Fury did. Need to expect that a little bit. Now, it is worth saying that Furballer didn't have that item upgraded yet, so it's not like there was even a power spike to be aware of. It's just
Yeah.
this is a matchup difference, and you need to be aware of that. In the end, Looney Tunes doesn't even use the beads. Bugle Wizard nearly ties as well, and yeah, you need to slow that down a little bit. It's going to be tough now anyway. Even more so, the fact that Bacchus has this prophetic cloak, that's just going to encourage yet more fighting. We see ults used just to secure the Bull Demon, and Adora gave it a good go, but in the end, gets 2 ultimates, even if they didn't get the Bull Demon.
Yeah, it was a very nice use of the Yu Huang ultimate, actually. Catching the drag on an angle, certainly not the easiest thing to do, but did it quite well there. Here we go again, round 2, leaping in again on the Eternal Vanguard, but shouldn't result in a kill for Fallen Angels. They have what they need to stay alive, and oh, hold on, we might see the Hunbat's caught a little bit here. No fear, no evil, so Adora's going to be able to chase this one down. Is there any help coming? I do wonder. Zexy Zealot does have the somersault. Adora, though, has the stun in hand, ready. Oh, try to blink. Ooh. There was Zexy Zealot, does get it in time. There goes, oh, the ult's flying again in the dual lane, and this time it's 2 kills for Furballer. Dual lane way out of control.
Madness, and this time relics are used, and it just does not make a difference. And it feels like they're not respecting this dual lane. And you know, we've talked about how effective it can be. They need to start respecting it more. Maybe it's too late now, and you know, I wonder if we might see Bugle Wizard perhaps orientate away from this dual lane now. Just leave Looney Tunes to try and get as much solo farm as possible, because that's a 2-level lead now for Furballer. This combo is too strong. And we mentioned that the relics were used, but the fact is Bugle Wizard on this Charon is struggling because that dash is so easily cancelled. You can see why they kind of picked it to counter the Bacchus Spurt, but actually your dash is getting caught far too much. And also you've gone for this Horrific Emblem. Horrific Emblem was also nerfed in this most recent bonus balance. On the other side, you've got Bacchus with the Sprint. Completely counters that relic. I just feel that they're not quite prepared for how this was going to go. And in the end, it felt like an inevitable thing that was going to happen. And now it's a 3-0 on her. It's a 3-0 game, and it's a big lead for the Eternal Vanguard duo lane.
Yeah, it's almost like they're playing 2 different games right now. It seems Eternal Vanguard just way more clued up on what you want to be doing in the current patch, and not too surprising given the Eternal Vanguard, of course, are your top seed coming into this. They are starting to show why. Now we have a grouping on this right-hand side around this next Bull Demon spawn, but with the duo pressure, Eternal Vanguard able to send Jinxed all the way over here, and look at how far away Reaper has to go. Now Bull Demon exposed, Twinkle Toes is here and recognizes the situation, just going to look to try and sneak this one away. Actually leaps on in, big knockup, big damage as well, actually. Adora really low and does not get the end of days. There's the wave coming through. My goodness, so low is physics. Just gets up into the World Serpent there. What a response from Fallen Angels. Hold on. Fight still carries on. Jinxed all alone, trying to draw the ire of all 4 of these members. But look how tanky the Bacchus is. And it's a good sign for Fallen Angels. But all the while, Furballer picks up a solo kill in the duo lane.
Yeah, bad to worse. We won't talk about that duo lane anymore because that's a long way from that Rama getting online. But crazy fight. We saw a very big commit from Eternal Vanguard. It looked like Adora was tanking and perhaps underestimated, one, how much damage they would take. You know, has gone this Blackthorn Hammer Rush, so does have a nice bit of base health, but also aggression now onto the Jormungand. The physics could be in trouble, but nice bit of peel, and Jinxed is a bit of a raid boss at the moment. This Bacchus is proving tough to kill. And wow, Physics secures their own blue buff. That's really cool. That's another great thing about Jormungandr. You can very safely clear wave, secure your own buff with that spit. Really well done. And that makes that whole rotation just feel pretty bad for the Fallen Angels.
I actually saw him do a little jump for joy after he got that. I don't know if anyone spotted it, but yeah, it just hops in place. Like, oh my god, I got that? Yeah, you did, Physics. And that's what you need to be doing as Yorm here, because you do expect the Jormungandr to somewhat lose lane, right? We touched on how you got safe wave clear. You could have kill potential if Twinkle Toes, does play a little bit too aggressively, but has done a good job here of just keeping things about as even as you could hope for here. And similarly, so Jinxed having so much impact across the map now, taken their dual pressure and just started exuding it everywhere. Because, of course, Jinx being over to that blue buff did contribute to that being secured as well. So definitely feeling the pain of this dual lane across the map are the Fallen Angels at the moment. But what should they be doing about it? Is it okay to leave Looney Tunes here, or should they try to respond to Furball?
I think it's a case of abandon ship. And do not worry about that dual lane, because whatever you do, it will not be worth it. Ooh, actually gets the dash core! Could be big trouble here. Does Furballer have the ultimate? Holding on to it for now. Oh, it's a real 1v1 here, Judas.
It is a real 1v1, and one that Looney Tunes is not enjoying. Now, there is a Hunbat on the way. What is the commitment like from Furball? He does jump in again. There's the blink coming in. Gets one hit, and it will be a kill, but Zexy Zealot now does get a 5-0 shutdown. Oh, meanwhile, chase down onto Reaper on the mid lane. Tries to put out the damage onto Physics, but just not enough. There is Adora still giving chase onto Bugle, Wizard, Twinkle Toes, doing whatever they can to dance with the enemy team. Not going down, but can't do enough. What a fight across the map. Still seeing more aggression here from both sides. Zexy Zealot feeling themselves with that big amount of gold in the pocket, but these guys are just scrapping here. Look at this Fear No Evil out onto Jinx. Jinx so low, and Twinkle Toes gets them. Zexy Zealot knocked into the air. Scuzzy on the scene as well. The Astral Fury, not quite enough damage coming out, and Twinkle Toes has been left to their devices. The knockup from Scuzzy. Can they find the kill? No! They have no mana to work with, and now Physics is back. Physics will get the kill onto Zexy Zealot. Wow! What a way to send off the Deep Sea Division.
Okay, so 3 for 3, I think. Reaper and Bugle fell towards the start of that fight, I believe. And we see, no, man. It's a perfect, perfect pillar. Oh, I feel for Judas.
No way! Oh,
tragic, Judas.
Oh my goodness! He tried to beads it. He tried to. I'm not kidding. Tried to beads that wall. Oh man, Furballer having the time of their lives over in this dual lane. Could not have dreamt it will go so well.
And do you remember last week when Anher wasn't banned, and it was specifically noted that Anher's usually banned, in this division. You can see why Furballer is dominating this lane. It's a little bit unfortunate, but we'll give credit to Furballer for a perfectly placed pillar. It's pretty tragic for Looney Tunes using the beads when it's awful. Let's go back to that previous fight around Bull Demon, because that was a really cool show of what both these junglers are able to do in this game. So we had Adora and Jinx. The combination of those two gods were able to chase down this normally very safe Yu Huang for so long, because it's so hard to run away from that Surtus. If you've got that Embork ability, it speeds you up. It does lots of tick damage. Wave! Unlucky.
Don't think he got
Not quite able to steal that. And Looney Tunes is in yet more trouble.
Oh man, the Desert Fury comes out. Lucian's got a good job of surviving for quite some time.
Clear wave.
Definitely did not need to go that way around. Has certainly sealed their fate this time. I'm not quite sure what Looney Tunes is waiting for. Waiting for another perfect pillar, probably. Furball is sure to jump over the lane, and that will be the kill with the disperse. Physics, meanwhile, under some trouble in their tier 1 tower. Bugle Wizard does loop around the backside, but cannot provide enough damage. Meanwhile, the Gold Fury started up by Jinx on the left-hand side. It's been back and forth everywhere except the dual lane, but overall, the dual lane is skewing it so far towards Eternal Vanguard.
Yeah, and I think the other thing that Eternal Vanguard are doing really well, they will secure this Gold Fury first of the game. That'll give them a nice lead now. What they're doing really well is they're actually diverting attention over to that solo side really nicely. By fighting over these Bull Demons. There could be steal potential with that Venomous Haze. Oh, unlucky. That would have been
nice ult there. You don't tend to see the dueling dragons used as a secure, but popped it nice and early, totally ready for that. And it's something that the Fallen Angels do need to do. If your dual lane is struggling this much, just taking a Pyromancer like that is totally fine. I think that is definitely the right thing to do. Now, I do wonder how Looney Tunes is going to react to this. Does not have any idea what is currently behind them, and now finds out, and surely has nothing they can do about it. Takes off into the sky just to secure that shield buff. Did he get it? I think he got it. It did get it. So big win for Looney Tunes here. And there's a 3-man commit actually onto this dueling. Is that necessary, Zed? I feel like Eternal Vanguard may be putting too much over there right now.
I think they've got too much time on their hands, frankly, to be coming over here. 3-man ganking poor Looney Tunes, who definitely knew that was coming. Like, Arn has not been on the map. Dora gets that as well. This is really tough for the Fallen Angels, and their perhaps biggest win con gets a good ultimate, gets the beat from the Surtur at the end of days, gets the Surtur out of there.
Barker's having a huge impact. Oh, here's Furball to put their impact onto someone else. Zexy Zealot alive with the smallest amount of health. A good pillar, but not good enough. And Bugle Wizard, they're providing all of the support that was needed. Scuzzy with the smallest amount of health. Oh, goes for dueling dragons at max range, but does not manage to connect the Reaper. Oh, gets stunned out, and Furball over the wall. The Aegis comes out from Reaper. The belly flop will seal their fate. This dueling for Eternal Vanguard just doing so much here. And that's all I got, really. It's just too much of an impact from this dueling. Like we see Jinx there get involved in the gank on left, the fight on Adora, and then providing damage and CC onto Reaper as well. It's just all of that dueling doing so much. And you know, for Fallen Angels, they're doing what they can. They're responding in kind. Physics might fall in a solo kill here on the solo lane. No! Gets chased away by Adora. Still once in with the spit, and Adora does just enough there, just in time. My goodness, close fights everywhere.
Yeah, it's hard to stop and breathe and analyze the chaos that is going on. But yeah, the fact is this dual lane is now rotated in and is destroying this map. Beads from Looney Tunes. This is surely... No, Footballer's going to just clear the wave. Okay. Take that as a win. And Looney Tunes gets away with whatever their life is worth at this stage of the game, which really isn't much. Not worth diverting resources to for either team, frankly. And what this Rama needs to do is just stay in lane, try and split push as best you can. Furballer will start rotating more. We're seeing another scrap over the purple. It's secured by Furballer. Great pillar as well. Bugle was going to fall.
See, that's what you don't want. Looney Tunes is not worth a lot, but you're giving up your support now as well, who, yes, similarly not worth a whole lot of gold, but can do so much more despite being down. Now, they are down, and actually seeing in the left lane, Looney Tunes fighting under tower with Furballer, who gets a tail. Yeah, that is a Looney Tunes chase around the tower, and Furballer just having fun with them right now. Looney Tunes, there is nowhere safe for you on this map as long as Furballer is alive.
It's pretty hard to watch, if I'm honest, but a nice dive from Twinkle Toes. Level 17 Kukulkan proving tough to kill at this point.
Look at him, he's so tanky, still continues to be alive, and Scuzzy in that ground stance can't catch up with the damage. Physics similarly so, but Reaper takes a huge hit there, not sure they expected that, and now Reaper low, has to retreat. World Serpent will prevent that possibility. You can't step in those puddles either, there's a Warrior's Axe in them. Certainly have to do a bit of dodging here. There comes the spit, and that'll be enough. Scuzzy gets that kill. Scrapping over on the left-hand side as well. Bugle Wizard almost getting the kill on Furballer, but it's not that easy with a Bacchus around. Looney Tunes on the scene has already used their ultimate, does not have it. Twinkle Toes 1v2 in this mid lane. Let's make that a 1v3. Hold on, Zexy Zealot in to tip the scales in their team's favor. Pops the beads, but isn't able to find the damage. No ultimate to work with, and the tier 1 tower shall fall in favor of Eternal Vanguard.
I just don't know what's going on with the Fallen Angels, because on the one side you've got Twinkle Toes and Zexy Zealot who are farming really, really well, both level 17, outmatching their opponents largely. But you've got this dual lane who just keep falling for the same thing over and over again. I was going to call it like the same trick. It's not a trick. It's just they're walking up to you in their own lane, killing you. Zexy Zealot does get the kill thanks to the ticks onto Physics. These two are combining really, really well, but the rest of their team just aren't able to keep up in these fights. And I don't know what's going on. They're putting Gold Furies.
Furball is just standing and watching. I'm sure drooling, salivating at the thought of what could possibly happen next. Does leap away from the dueling dragons, but here come the rest of the Eternal Vanguard. Bueling Wizard out of the fight. The Gold Fury goes to the Vanguard. Now Twinkletoes doing what they can, and Furballer shall fall down to them. Bugle Wizard down, Jinx low health. Can they find the last shots? Yes, they can. Kill for Looney Tunes here. Adora will take them out, but Reaper is still on the scene to put out some damage, but Scuzzy wants in on this Tiamat. They're looking at Twinkletoes, who wants to look right back. Sexy Zealot and gets the Aegis from Scuzzy, perfectly timed, but here comes Physics on the scene to end this fight. A triple kill for Adora. Let's make it a quadra. Adora ripping through the enemy team. Huge fight for Eternal Vanguard.
Yeah, big plays, and for a moment I thought Fallen Angels were gonna get away with that, and it would have been an absolutely criminal to try and get that Gold Fury and actually secure it. They lose it. They lose all 5 members. Physics wasn't even in that fight for the Eternal Vanguard. Turned up quite late. Did use the teleport in the end. It's a huge swing. You're seeing what this Surtur is able to do with this hybrid build, but still lots of damage coming out. That Flames of Muspel, that's tick upon tick upon tick. It's proving really tough to deal with, and Twinkletoes did a good job of taking down the Armher, of taking down Furballer, but the fact is they used everything on that, had to dive really deep and took a load of damage to do it, and then you're still going to lose the fight after the fact, because yes, Furballer is a big target and needs to go down, but everyone is a big target compared to their lane counterpart. You know, this Bugle Wizard is not particularly relevant at this point. Reaper has fallen further and further behind, and Scuzzy, immune to the ult, is doing a ton of damage to the bats.
Ton of damage, and Zexy Zealot has to get out. There's the dueling dragon, so close but not close enough. Reaper forced into the dragonfly early, and now Jinx and Adora looking to chase them down. Nice route in place, gets them in some danger. The belly flop off the mark, but Reaper just cannot march away, and Bugle Wizard all the while has been burnt through by Scuzzy. Meanwhile, Furballer almost kills Looney Tunes again, and Eternal Vanguard take all the control of this map.
Yeah, and Twinkletoes is coming in. Health bars are lowish, could look for a kill there. There is potential here.
Wow.
It's going to be a 1v4 though.
Yeah, 1v5 at this point, impaled into the wall after the knockup. That was what Twinkletoes did not want at all. And up into the end of days goes Adora, wants to give chase, providing some minions to this mid lane Phoenix, which is surely on its way down. Scuzzy can return to base. Furballer already level 20. Adora level 20 for Eternal Vanguard. It is all in their favor. It's just a case of when can they take the rest of these important objectives.
Yeah, it does feel like it's only a matter of time. It's just so incredibly one-sided, which is a real shame. Again, talking about the solo and the jungle, Reaper's doing okay as well, this Yu Huang, but they just got no map presence. The momentum is entirely with Eternal Vanguard, and it does feel like the Fallen Angels are being dragged into these fights, and they're not doing what they're supposed to be doing, which when you're this behind, you need to split up the map. You need to make someone rotate over to you, because if you're a Rama and you're pushing at their tier 1, their tier 2, and you make someone rotate over to try and deal with you, that is a win, because then the rest of your team will have a much better 4v4, because they're only missing a level 17 Rama compared to missing literally anyone on Eternal Vanguard who's just more impactful than Looney Tunes is at this point. So split up the map. They took a tier 1 there, the first tier 1 tower of the game at 23 minutes. It's pretty bleak at this stage of the game, and frankly I don't see a way back for them. It's going to be a lot of mistakes from Eternal Vanguard. Not just one, they need a lot of mistakes in a row to somehow throw this game. But it is game number 1, and I think there's an element of the Fallen Angels are kind of just fighting into this, and they'll reset for game number 2.
Oh, well, here we go. In this fight, Scuzzy does get the first kill and now wants to leap and give chase onto Reaper. Twinkletoes finds themselves again in the middle of everybody. There's a wave coming through, hits the entire enemy team that's here. Scuzzy is low, and Twinkletoes might get this kill eventually, but just does not have enough damage in enough time. And this Cullen will retreat, but probably will not get out alive. Looney Tunes similarly so, trying to retreat from Furballer. Twinkletoes does manage to live for a while, but there, up into the sky, goes Looney Tunes on this Rama. Bugle Wizard takes a ton of damage in one shot, and Scuzzy actually falls to Looney Tunes, but Reaper chased down by Adora in the meanwhile, so that's one big backliner off the table. Looney Tunes so out of position here, can't get back to their base. Physics wants to kill them off, but cannot, and Twinkle Toes in one knockup takes all of their health. Looney Tunes now isolated, being chased by the enemy team, and does go down to the Furball, a double kill. And now, Eternal Vanguard Zats, they think they can go for the end, but Zaxi Zalat says no! Jumps right onto Furball, a priority target off the map. Jinx similarly so, getting low, might fall down, and shall. It's a double kill for Zaxi Zalat, looking for a couple more, but does not get it, because Adora shuts that aggression down, but Bugle Wizard will kill off Physics. 4 members down for Eternal Vanguard. It looked so good and ended so badly.
Yeah, it's still not really enough to vaguely impact this game, I think. It's just maybe a little bit of overzealousness from Eternal Vanguard. They're in the position where that's not really an issue, frankly. And
Snipe.
Wow, amazing. Boost those damage numbers, baby.
Yeah, that's about all I got for that, though. I think Bugle Wizard did actually fall in that fight, so I don't think it was a 4 for 4. I think it was actually 5 for 4. If I'm recapping
all
that
numbers,
correctly.
Judas. They're all together now.
Look, the only thing that matters is that Fallen Angels are actually getting their mid lane Phoenix up. So with all of the fighting and all of the chaos that has happened, all of the fireworks, the only real difference is that Fallen Angels have reduced their deficit somewhat, and their mid lane Phoenix is on the way up. Now, Eternal Vanguard will still probably get this Fire Giant for free, but they certainly don't want to be messing around, even if you do get off to such a good start, because we still have at least 2 more games to go.
Yeah, and actually, the fact that they didn't have Fire Giant for that last... I mean, I call it a Phoenix push. I don't really know what it was. It was just, let's kill Looney Tunes again, and whoever else we can find. But they didn't have Fire Giant for that, and that actually would have made a difference, I think. This time... they're going to pick it up. It's not enhanced yet. We're only 26 minutes in. And frankly, this game has been extended enough that, you know, now Looney Tunes is level 20. There is damage there. It's tough for anyone to get any damage off at this stage of the game because the CC coming out from Eternal Vanguard is ridiculous. It's knock-up after knock-up after impale after another knock-up after a stun. There's just so much to deal with. And there's not really enough options to kind of deal with that. You know, maybe we need to see an absolution from Bugle Wizard, but instead we see an engage from Twinkle Toes. Is he going to get anything?
Twinkle Toes in and right back out. The wave hits everyone. Oh my goodness! And the Fear No Evil combination. Wow! Completely obliterates Eternal Vanguard. Almost getting sniped there is Furball, and now Fallen Angels on the chase. Twinkle Toes up first, but just has to back off a little. Now, do Fallen Angels give chase into this? Because they are still 2 very dangerous backliners. You've already won the fight. Bugle Wizard wants a bit more. Reaper charged up and ready. Looney Tunes on the scene too. Now, that is huge for Fallen Angels. They don't kill everyone, but they've completely shut down that push.
Yeah, absolutely massive. It was just... they hit all their ults, frankly. The Fear No Evil was huge. The Dueling Dragons was great. The Summon Sticks was fantastic. And they hit absolutely everyone. They are still chasing. I don't think they need to do this, but if I can get some kills, it'll be worth.
Oh, baby, Eternal Vanguard will be the ones getting kills instead. Zexy Zealot falling down. The Furball there with the Desert Fury. Good poke over the wall from Reaper, but Jinx does respawn. Physics will be on the way and might even teleport into this. The Dueling Dragons on Furballer. Fantastic, but not enough. And now Bugle Wizard has gone down. And all of a sudden, the tables have turned. Fallen Angels on the retreat, and Looney Tunes has nowhere to go. Twinkle Toes will kill off Furballer, and it's a matter of time before the Cucullin is to follow. The CC comes through. Scuzzy with the damage. Reaper gets killed by Adora in the meantime. They chase so far, Zat, and they're getting punished so heavily for it. Now, Twinkle Toes is buying some time. Is it enough to keep Fallen Angels in this one?
I think the fact that they pushed them all the way back to their tier 2, having gotten a couple of kills and defended their Phoenixes against a Fire Giant team, it was already a success.
Yep.
Now, the pessimist in me says they should have stayed back, consolidated that, maybe get an Oni Fury off of that, get some more gold in the coffers so you can get closer to finishing off those builds because they're still a little ways away. And in the end of the day, they end up pushing too far forward. And are they going to lose their midfields over it?
Wave comes in. This mid Phoenix, no minions to work with. Now the Jormungandr does give chase. Jinx is tanking it up, and they will go down. Oh, Zexy Zealot very low with the spit. Spit off the mark, and Physics actually commits themselves too far forward. Looney Tunes sweeping up that kill. It has gotten scrappy, Zats. It is very messy from Eternal Vanguard. They are still the most likely to win this game, but it's this encouragement that Fallen Angels desperately needed.
Definitely. And, it feels like a ranked game now. And actually, that means it really could go any way, because these fights are getting more and more even. And frankly, it's another good engage from Twinkle Toes, and this has been where they've had so much success so far. It's a good engage.
And with Zexy Zealot following up as well, it is low. Fallen Angels do get the Oni feud. Oh, but Zexy Zealot falls down. There's the Astral Barrage. Scuzzy solo. Oh my goodness. Again, Reaper almost finds the last shot, but Furballer has now got a lot of space to work with and a lot of frontline ahead of the Medora. Goes in first. That's a lot of CC on the Surtur. Jumping in is Jinx. There's a 100 crit there coming out from Looney Tunes on this Rama, but still has a lot of damage in pocket. Jinx in trouble. Need to find the shots, and they shall. Twinkle Toes with that kill. Adora now getting aggressed on again and nowhere to go. Does this Surtur, but hold on. Here comes Physics to provide some damage. Back alive. Adora gets shut down. Physics all alone. Tries to kill off Reaper. Goes in to that World Serpent. Do they give chase or do they back out? Here's their time to make that decision. They're in this fight. What the Fallen Angels do about it? They're going to fear him and they're going to kill him off. The waves have been fantastic from Bugle Wizard. How are Fallen Angels still in this one?
I love North American players, Judas. There's not a thought in their head, just WWW all the time. And it doesn't favour anyone. This style of play, it doesn't suit anyone. But frankly, the more scrappy and mad this game gets, the better it is for Fallen Angels. The big caveat, though, to all of this is we've only just hit the 30-minute mark. We're only just going to have an Enhanced Fire Giant, which... to be honest, it's a pretty even split now between who's going to get this, and both teams will step up for it. But the fact is, if the Fallen Angels keep doing this, they've still got a ton of damage.
Oh my goodness!
The ticks!
Wow! The ticks are enough. Hold on, Zexy Zealot keeps going. The backline's gone. The backline for Eternal Vanguard is gone. Physics is still dead. No teleport for when they get up. The Enhanced Fire Giant is going to be started by Fallen Angels. Now, Jinx is here. This Bacchus is frightening, but still has a lot to do here. And has belly flopped out. Half HP on Fire Giant. Eternal Vanguard, they're not sure they're giving it up, though. They do give it up. The Fallen Angels, 31 minutes into this game, have taken the Enhanced Fire Giant.
That's mad. I think the Eternal Vanguard have made a real big mistake there, because there's no reason to give up that Enhanced Fire Giant. You've got this massive zone, this buffer zone of towers and phoenixes that you can use to your advantage. Even if you lose Bacchus and Firewaves are pushing minions, you need to try and get that steal. This Enhanced Fire Giant, it's going to open the door to the Eternal Vanguard's Titan. They've taken this Phoenix. There's still a tier 2 tower, which they'll clean up, no problem. This game has flipped completely on its head. I don't think it needed to be that way.
Well, Fallen Angels last week were against the second seed. They ripped up the script that time. Can they do it again? They find themselves now in a fantastic position compared to where they were just a few minutes ago. And they do retreat this time. They do not overstep like Eternal Vanguard have done. The mid lane Phoenix for Fallen Angels is on the way back. And Eternal Vanguard want this so badly. They are hunting for just someone to lazy back. And everyone's recognizing what the danger is. And now we might see a mid lane Phoenix push from Eternal Vanguard. Is this what you'd recommend?
I mean, they don't have Enhanced Fire Giant. Every one of Fallen Angels has that buff, has that sustain. They're still W-keying. And actually, this is the first time that we've seen Fallen Angels. They take a winning position and they actually decide to back up. That's the first time we've seen anyone do that in this game so far.
Yep.
And that perhaps shows the difference in mentality between these two. When you're losing game one of the grand finals, you go, okay, we're losing by a lot. Let's just fight and scrap and see what happens, and maybe reset going to game number 2. But actually, that strategy has worked for them. I said strategy in inverted commas, Judas, but it's worked for them. And actually, what it means is Eternal Vanguard, now they're in a losing position, and it doesn't look like they know how to deal with that. It's going to be a really stern test to see if they can put up with this pressure now. But they haven't been able to get that mid Phoenix, so the door to the Titan is now closed, and they're having to defend their own base. It's complete madness.
Like a champion boxer with a broken nose. What do Eternal Vanguard do to this aggression? The wave comes through early, does catch Furballer in the back. Jinx now. Good CC out from this Bacchus. The Phoenix is low, but Sexy Zealot is out. Now that mid lane Phoenix might go down to Bugle Wizard, and it does. But what about the fight afterwards? Look at the chase down onto Reaper. This Yu Huang sure to go down, but Looney Tunes turns around the damage. But the backline gets swarmed. Furball though, boxed out by Looney Tunes, taken down. It is 3-on-2 though. Twinkle Toes and Bugle Wizard. What can the two-man front line do about this? This could Cullen does get into the transformation. How much time can they buy for their team? Can they even do some damage onto Scuzzy? Twinkle Toes flying out from the fight. Scuzzy will give chase, finds the stun, gets the charge shot, doesn't have enough damage just yet, but will take down Twinkle Toes. Now it is only the one member of Fallen Angels alive. How does Eternal Vanguard react? They back, and they will reset, and we will go again, Zats.
Yeah, 5 minions doing just a little bit too much, and I think they knew that they were under a bit of time pressure there. They had to take that fight, and they had to take it then and there. And they did, to be fair, and it worked out for them. They got off a lot of area damage, and they killed Zexy Zealot before they could use any relics. I think did get the ult off, but not able to use those beads or get off any kind of meaningful damage. That was a big turning point, I think, and maybe a little bit much from Zexy Zealot. You maybe want to wait for Twinkle Toes to try and make a bit more space, or maybe look to use that Humbatsu on the counter engage. You know, when Yorm and Surta come down from their ultimates, that's actually a really good time to have that Fear No Evil, counter engage, take out those frontliners, and then you're in a much better spot because your backline then just can't be killed by anyone else, basically. So that's maybe what we need to see. Let's blink in on Scuzzy.
Oh, Zexy Zealot there had the relics available. The wave's on the way. The teleport's good as well. And Zexy Zealot 1v1 Scuzzy down. And now, yet again, Fallen Angels have the advantage in this fight. Twinkle Toes back on the scene. Pyromancer in the pocket of the Fallen Angels. This enhanced fire giant about to respawn. They still have fire minions. They have all the territory in the world.
Yeah, and actually, it should favour them, this next Enhanced Fire Giant. Again, I don't think you can give up an Enhanced Fire Giant in this state of game. The gold is even, Judas. It's as even as you're going to get. The only disadvantage is you don't have that Phoenix. You know, they've restored their right-hand side Phoenix, but more aggression, lots of damage onto Physics. Once again, not super tanky with this build.
Yeah, the Yorm has to get out of there, and now, with the Jormungandr ult down, with Tiamat still not on the map, this Enhanced Fire Giant is everything that Fallen Angels want. And Furballer, the closest member of Eternal Vanguard here, and absolutely cannot step up to this. Now, there is a bit of attention being paid for by Adora, but that is too late. The Fallen Angels get the all-important objective. How did we get to this stage?
Quite a few misplays, I think, from Eternal Vanguard, and now they find themselves in this position, and they don't look nearly as comfortable fighting on an even playing field, as it were. And actually, what the Fallen Angels are doing really well is they look like they're more in sync with combining their ultimates. Their engages are very clean and very well timed on the whole, and they're also. It's also proving now, we mentioned it in Picks and Bans, how tough this backline is to get to, with the amount of airtime that Reaper and Looney Tunes can get in those ultimates. It's proving really difficult, because it's a perfect counter for that World Serpent, for example, that's not having as much of an impact as you'd like. And, you know, Adora has good chase down potential, Scuzzy can dive in as well, but they need to, I think, be a bit more patient if you're Eternal Vanguard. But actually, Fallen Angels aren't going to give them a chance.
It might not. There's a wave hitting two yet again. Bugle Wizard, absolutely fantastic with all of these waves right now. And steps in to this left side Phoenix, of course, the one they want to target. There are still Fireways in mid lane. Twinkle Toes blinks in. Physics out of this fight. Has to take this guy. Zexy Zealot way to the back line and immediately dies for it. And that's a lot of space actually created by Physics right now. Here comes Adora blinking in. Who is their main target? They take to the sky to chase down Looney Tunes. Big knockup. And Furballer shall kill them off. Reaper decides they are in now.
damage.
they are in Never, and they shall take down Furball, but Twinkletoes is brawling out with Scuzzy. Reaper goes in deep, but just takes too much damage. It is only Bugle Wizard left alive. Can Eternal Vanguard turn this one around? Still distracting is Bugle Wizard. Looks like Physics and Jinxed want to take them on. What can Bugle Wizard do from this position, though?
Bugle Wizard needs to back, and actually they're gonna let this Charon go. I wondered if this Charon, that's a 1v4 trying to take, but actually the teleport's coming out from Physics. All three Phoenixes are now up. Health bars are not in the best position, and they of course don't have that sustain from Fire Giant like Bugle Wizard does. I don't think this is an end call. I don't think they can end at this stage.
Not going to be the easiest end of the world. Bugle Wizard taking some time there, but will get back to base safely. Zexy Zealot about to respawn. This Humbats, though, without the ultimate, not the biggest threat, and Eternal Vanguard shall back away. We are seeing some NAS keys that.
I never thought I'd see the day. Frankly, it's not been enough throughout this entire set. It's made for an unbelievable watch, and we're at 40 minutes in. The gold is almost identical. Everyone's level 20. The match state is almost even, and in fact, we've seen it flip again with that mid Phoenix now falling to the favour of Eternal Vanguard. And I think that's all because Zexy Zealot again didn't get it quite right with that engage. Now the way it comes out just to help him secure Gold Fury, but could be a fight after the fact here.
Yeah, need to be careful you don't use resources like that when there are objectives available. Now, there is no enhanced Fire Giant on the map, so I can understand why neither team is too convinced on taking a fight here. But Eternal Vanguard, they actually have the map pressure, like you said, with that Phoenix down. So I'm surprised that they are the ones taking their foot off the gas here. They're giving this Gold Fury up, they're giving this Pyromancer away. So the Fallen Angels now have some more resources in pocket. They've got 2 Runic Bombs to work with. It's probably all going to come down to this next enhanced Fire Giant, but we are dead even. 40 minutes in. The best part, Zat, is that this is game 1 of a best of 5. We might have a long way to go.
Honestly, I can't call who's going to take this game. There's been no indication that either of these teams have the potential to enact that final killer blow and then somehow finish this game. Both teams have struggled to do it in favourable positions, I think. So, tough to call. I don't think whoever gets Enhanced Fire Giant, unless it's a 5v5 around that objective, I don't think will decide the game. I think it will come down to who makes a mistake, because that's kind of how Smite games can finish. It's that one little mistake, like we saw Zexy Zealot under that Phoenix. Took way too much damage jumping in, didn't use the blink on that left-hand side Phoenix, and it ended up costing them. But, we've seen plays like that happen, and we've seen reverses like that throughout this game number 1. So it could still go either way. I hope, actually, that now that, there's only one mid-Phoenix gone, it's not really a lot of map pressure to begin, because you can still clear those fairly easily. I hope we see a full, proper 5v5 around this Enhanced Fire Giant. And then both teams will be like, okay, look, whoever wins this fight wins the game.
Well, I'm not sure if that's how it's going to go, because with the way that these fights have been going, we've seen like 4 for 5s. We literally saw a 4 for 5 in this game. So there's still the potential for that. And Zats, we haven't considered the fact that a Smite game doesn't necessarily have to end. We could just keep going. Let's see. Let's hope that doesn't happen, but you never really know, especially casting live Smite like this. Twinkletoes knows that they're going to take a huge chunk of damage and has to immediately back off, and does lose that Rage transformation, but not a whole lot expended by both of these teams. And look at the ward coverage now from both teams. It is all in favor of Eternal Vanguard right now. Fallen Angels are going to try to fight that back, but aren't having the best time with it. But Eternal Vanguard's scared to pull this objective.
Yeah, and actually it shows by the warding, very defensive. Like they're just covering all the basic options on their side of the map. Not a lot of advanced wards in enemy jungle, and they are really scared of what Fallen Angels can do. And you're at the stage of the game where one tiny little misstep in positioning, just like that, and Scuzzy takes a ton of damage from the U1 combo. But anything like that, and they go for snipes.
Snipes come through. There's a wave as well, but off the mark with that final shot. The wave did connect. That has chased away Eternal Vanguard from this Fire Giant pit and has allowed Fallen Angels to step up. The mid lane Phoenix has respawned, and actually, Fallen Angels going to pull this. This is a crazy call. Let's see if it works out for them. Jinx around the backside gets on top of Looney Tunes, who takes way too much damage from this objective. Surely they have to drop it, and they shall. Physics gives chase to the Looney Tunes, and there is Adora, takes half their HP from Reaper, who can just do that again and has to retreat. Twinkle Toes there, though, the first casualty of this fight. Dueling Dragons not going to connect with Funball, as they do have the Aegis. Reaper now in some danger, loses the beads. Looney Tunes rolling away to safety. Scuzzy, though, giving chase to Reaper along with this World Serpent. There is the Dragonflight to keep them up for just a moment, but they can't get too far away from this Yawm. They're trying to put out the damage, as is Looney Tunes, who is very low. Bugle Wizard still getting in there. Eternal Vanguard do not get the kills they were hunting for, but do they have enough space to get this fire?
I think they do. We have one kill throughout that entire extended fight. Lots of low health bars, but only one ended up falling. It was Twinkle Toes left in the lurch. I think it will create enough space, but this is not going down as quick as I thought. And actually, Sexy Zealot is on the scene.
Oh, wanted to blink there, but got caught by the spit. Could have got in, but did not. And Eternal Vanguard will take the objective. Looney Tunes is in! Looney Tunes rolling in! Wants to take Scuzzy out. There's a wave on the way as well. The wave will catch Scuzzy, but Scuzzy shall live, and Reaper all the way on top of Funball. Hold on! Here comes Sexy Zealot. Takes them out. Fallen Angels on their last stand. Want to take this fight in mid lane. Reaper jumped on by Jinx, jumped on by Adora, and cut down by Adora. Sexy Zealot still here. Looney Tunes still here. Jinx taking damage. Physics around the backside to kill off the monkey. But it's 2 on 3 here. There is a fight that Fallen Angels are winning. Now the World Serpent is chasing Looney Tunes away from this fight. Living at the moment is this Yawm. Physics takes some damage and does blow up Looney Tunes. Scuzzy back on the scene. Twinkle Toes and Bugle Wizard, the only remaining members. My goodness, what just happened?
Unbelievable stuff. It all comes from a roll in for the Rama, which everyone saw, and everyone was like, huh? I think everyone on the enemy team just stopped to watch. None of the snipes here, which is even funnier, frankly. And Scuzzy actually lived, and they ended up coming back into that fight. It became a 3 for 2. Could be a bit more. It could be a 4 for 2 if Bugle Wizard falls. Tiamat gets the slow, and surely, yes, they get the kill onto Bugle Wizard. Only Twinkle Toes alive, but the death timers are not that long. Reaper up in 10, Sexy Zealot up in 15. This is not game.
It's not going to be a game, but it is going to be a mid-Phoenix for Eternal Vanguard. Again, tilting the map stake in their favor. Eternal Vanguards, that's this game, have taken 3 Phoenixes, and it has been the mid-lane Phoenix every single time. They hate that objective. But now, they will take the Oni Fury. They should take the next Pyromancer and get a Runic Bomb in their pocket. What do Eternal Vanguard need to do to land this killing blow? What is just going wrong for them?
I kind of think they're not doing a lot wrong, but I think they're playing a little bit too scared at times. They're too, worried about what Fallen Angels can do. It feels like they're playing very reactionary, and that's because they kind of got whiplash from what the Fallen Angels are doing. And frankly, the Fallen Angels seem to have this ability of, when they're behind, they just roll in and somehow it works. And the last time that happened, it ended up getting Enhanced Fire Giant off of Furballer and Adora, which is an absolutely massive play, and it also burns more of that buff time, so there's less time to actually do anything meaningful with that Enhanced Fire Giant buff. And it means that the game wasn't over from that position. It's actually really interesting to me, because it seems like you've got Eternal Vanguard on the one side, who have clearly 5 very good, talented players, against Fallen Angels, who look like a team. Sometimes it's not been super cohesive, and sometimes it's been frankly scrappy. But actually, it feels like they never lost confidence in each other as teammates, and they keep making the same plays, and they keep trying to do the same stuff that you need to do to win a Smite game, and it is working for them. And it's keeping them in this game longer than anyone thought this should be possible. now we're in a situation where Enhanced Fire Giant on 3 members of Internal Vanguard, not definitive by any means, because it's not on Furballer, it's not on Adora either. This can very much be defended. Map state is basically even. That mid Phoenix isn't going to be too much of a problem. There are only minions in right, but I think they've mostly gone. There are Pyromancer bombs for both teams. It's hard to say which way this is going to go.
Twinkle Toes in first on one way. Bugle Wizard half HP. Similarly so is Twinkle Toes. They do have to get out. There comes the Astral Barrage, but not enough to take anyone out. And now Eternal Vanguard step into this left Phoenix, and it should go their way. Zexy Zealot, though, has something to say about it. Big damage on the back line. The front line similarly so. Low health now. Is there a good chase down? Zexy Zealot is low and does go down, but Looney Tunes finds the shots they need. However, there is... Oh, that is a Tooling Dragons that Scuzzy absolutely needed to Aegis right there. It's a 2 for 2, but the left Phoenix does go the way of Eternal Vanguard. Fallen Angels still fighting for their lives.
But they're still in it because they managed to get 2 picks. Now, this time, it was only on the 2 tanks. Tanks in inverted commas. Physics has quite a healthy build, but not a lot of props there. But they have the carry still alive for Eternal Vanguard. And that's going to be key, I think. They still have the threat of being able to just kill whoever steps in front of them. They can just melt any tank they want if they have the CC and the lockdown, which they still do with these 3 damage dealers. They can also very much threaten this final Phoenix. Do they need to? Maybe not. They've lost 2 members, but so have the Fallen Angels. They've taken that left-hand side Phoenix, and that's something we haven't seen at all in this game. Neither side have been able to take that really crucial left-hand side Phoenix for either team. And that means that those fire waves on that side of the map have never had an impact. And that, of course, matters when you look at Enhanced Fire Giant. It's engaged with Twinkle Toes, but gets the jump from Scuzzy. I think that's just more to scare them off and keep them from getting that last Phoenix. But actually, that's a really big win for Eternal Vanguard. In a 50-minute game, it's 50 minutes, Judas. In a 50-minute game, these little wins really do matter because, if especially for the team that's behind in every sense of the word, you have to try and take what little wins you can. And frankly, they don't feel so little when you're 50 minutes into a game, and that's been key from so far. Now, Raven Wards and Waves have come out to try and scout this out, and all 5 members are here. They're going for this. Fire's
low. It's very low. Who's going to get it? Fallen Angels are going to get it. They've got the Enhanced Fire Giant, and they've got Furballer's life as well. Zexy Zealot grinding the retreat. Adora is out. The backline providing the damage. Jinx now in some danger. They've turned their attention onto Scuzzy. This Tiamat has been a thorn in their side. Can they lock them down and kill them off? Giving chase now are the Fallen Angels. They can't get the knock up from Twinkle Toes. Scuzzy's still low. Fire minions pouring in the left hand side, and now they're looking at this right side. Phoenix, Eternal Vanguard in a little bit of danger here. This right lane Phoenix will go down pretty easily. Jinx gets caught in a root. Physics is here as well. Do they aggress or do they defend? Fallen Angels want to aggress. Jinx is low. Scuzzy providing damage. Good damage out over the wall. Mid lane Phoenix is where Jinx has gone to retreat, but hold on. The Titan, Fallen Angels, they want to go for the base. They're looking to go for the end here. They happen to roll out. Is Looney Tunes gets caught by Scuzzy. That's big damage off the table. Reaper with a big root. Reaper goes down. Scuzzy again, providing everything they got. The runic bomb onto the Titan. The Titan is low, but it's only Bugle Wizard, and it's a quadra kill for Scuzzy. And the Fallen Angels can only watch as their Titan will fall to the minions. It is not the game, Zets. It is not over. Zexy Zealot will respawn. Physics is looking for the end. He's TP'd in deep. He's gonna 1v1 the Titan. Breathing it down. Zexy Zealot's in. Drops the ultimate. My goodness. The Titan is healed. I can't believe what I am watching. But the arm will go for the end. Zexy Zealot will take the fight. He's not gonna win. My goodness! 52 minutes and Eternal Vanguard have won the game.
I think we should stop there, Judas. I don't think we need to see anymore.
Wrap it up. Wrap it up. Go home.
I can't. My head hurts. Madness. Unbelievable stuff. There seems to be no better way to separate these two teams than with,
Oh.
we'll say base race. It was just 5 minions versus
It was a
fallen
base car
angels.
crash. That's.
I cannot believe it. And
Oh.
they gambled, and that was the first time that in a winning position they chose to gamble in perhaps the worst timing possible. With the fact that 5 minions were taking down their Titan, it was already low at that point. They went for the gamble, which in a 50-minute game, that's the first big gamble you take from when you've been losing all game. Man, I cannot believe that it has ended that way. But it seems completely fitting that's how it ended, because no other ending would have suited such an incredible game. And you can talk about high level Smite versus amateur in inverted commas Smite, and actually there's nothing more entertaining. There's no more bigger spectacle than watching two teams just hacking at each other over and over, beating each other down, and never giving up. Frankly, it's incredible to watch. And Judas, that was only game number 1.
We might have 4 more games of that. Literally that could happen 4 more times. All I've got to say is Eternal Vanguard came to play, but my goodness, did Fallen Angels come to win. They turned that around so well. I cannot believe they did not succeed. It was so deserved, and yet that is what the best teams can do. We are going to take a very much needed break, everybody, but as soon as we come back, we will be going for game number 2. You do not want to miss this. What a fantastic set we have. Do you want more, everybody? Because I want more, and the teams want more. They're not sitting around. We're straight on into picks and bans. Let's get this one rocking. We find ourselves with Fallen Angels 0-1 against Eternal Vanguard, and they have elected to take the top pick again. Zats, it was a long game, but if you could do us the favor of recapping somewhat what the Fallen Angels need to adjust in order to turn that loss into a win.
Okay, so adjustments to be made. First of all, we're in the draft. They've already made one with banning that honor away. Makes a lot of sense, but actually the comp they had was always going to be strong in that late game, and we saw how well it was doing at times in these big late game team fights. So that's fine for me. You don't really need to worry about the draft, because in that kind of game, draft is completely irrelevant. It's just about who can make the plays and who makes the mistakes. And we are going to see a big switch up here. I suspect that both these teams will slow this next game right down, purely on the basis that they will both be feeling all kinds of something, much like we are, Judas. And I think this will be a much slower, much more conservative game. I'd love to be proven wrong, and it's not beyond both these teams just going, hey, we're going to do all that again for the next 4 games, Judas. It could well happen, but I like what I'm seeing so far in terms of adjustments in the draft.
Where are you going?
Yeah, everyone's changing it up just a slight bit. We do see the Cucullin go in the way of Eternal Vanguard right now. Obviously, the Cerberus has been picked up by the Fallen Angels, which was banned in that first game. I don't know how these teams are going to be able to calm it down to a laning phase. Like, I've still got shakes. It's like nuts. I wasn't even playing in that game, and I don't even really care who wins. The fact that these players are going straight back into this next game after, what was probably the most incredible game I've ever seen.
Yeah, absolutely.
I really do not know how you come back from that. One player who will probably be quite happy in this game is Scuzzy, reprising this Tiamat pickup. Mm-hmm. It didn't do that much for the longest time, and yet in the end game, Zats, it seemed to be the last hurdle that the Fallen Angels just could not clear.
Yeah, I think she's sneakily strong in the meta with how she's able to build. And there are lots of different builds in mid at the moment, and actually Scuzzy went for not a tanky one, but had lots of mana, had quite a lot of health and health steal as well. I quite like that on Tiamat as not a hybrid mage, but someone that could dive in, mix it with these tanks while doing ridiculous, frankly, amounts of damage. And I actually really liked it in the late game. It was such a big threat to tanks and squishies alike. So I really liked the fact that they're running that back for the mid laner.
Yeah, running that back, and everything else is being changed up. I feel like everyone's just gone, right, I played that god for 50 minutes, I am not playing it again. That seems to be the thought process. But the double ADC, double Guardian lineup from Fallen Angels, it's something we see relatively frequently. That's why it's got a name. But it's something that pops up sometimes. But why wouldn't you see it all the time if it was that good? Why are we seeing Medusa Hachiman now come out from the Fallen Angels, do you think?
I think because, and again, it comes back to what you're able to play in the solo lane, and I think we are seeing solos veering away from these full-on tanks that actually don't do enough damage in the late game. You need to do damage as a solo laner in the late game, and actually, magical items at the moment, we've got things like Curse Weaver in the game. There's so many good mage hybrid items that you're able to build, and Cerberus especially has lots of damage, really good shred, as a shred built into the Ghastly Breath, and no surprise to see it picked up, having been banned in game number 1, and it means that combined with an Atlas as well, that's more than enough magical damage anyway. And the fact they've got a Mammon in the jungle as well, that means they can orient over to double ADC with a Medusa in mid. It's a really nice draft, actually. I'm a big fan of it. And interestingly, it feels like they've switched around a bit. Eternal Vanguard, they've taken the Cucullin, they've taken the Rama as well, which is really cool to see. I'm excited to see what Furball can do on that pick. That would be the ultimate ego boost to get ahead like he did, but on the Rama. But their draft seemed to have swapped a fair bit. And actually, I like Eternal Vanguards a little bit more. It's very nicely rounded. They've got really good dive potential with Tiamat and Rama able to add to that dive. And actually, I think there's not enough in the way of peel or backline burst and lockdown to deal with that. So that in that regard, I'm actually favouring Eternal Vanguard quite a lot more based on this Game 2 comp.
One thing you said in the picks and bans for game number 1, Zets, is that both of these two teams had different ideas on how they want to play the game. I think what we found after that first game is that they've come to a consensus, and that's that everyone is just going to hit the chaos button. And I do wonder if that's what we're going to see in this game too. You know, there's definitely the plan right for Fallen Angels. There's often a structure to a draft, and this one, you know, you're going to engage with the Cerberus or the Maman. You're going to have the Atlas provide some lockdown, and that's just going to allow you Medusa and Hatchman to just fire off. But that's a very, you know, it's almost a pipe dream thinking that it's going to go that way, because these games have been chaotic. Let's see if game number 2 is just as chaotic as game number 1 as we head on over to this second game. Again, Fallen Angels find themselves 0-1, but absolutely do not deserve it. If there was ever a game that both teams deserved to win, it was the last one.
Yeah, do you think we can have ties in Smite 2? That would be completely appropriate for these two teams. I don't know how that would work, but it would feel
They'd find a way.
Yeah, I mean, these two teams will find a way. They will crash the game before finding an ending. But there was an ending, and Eternal Vanguard, they deserve to win, but you're quite right. Fallen Angels didn't deserve to lose either. Now, there are a few things that they're going to have to switch up this time. I think you alluded to the fact that there are definite problems with the Fallen Angels draft. If it's very high execution, you have to get everything perfectly. And again, something I mentioned is the biggest problem for me is we see Scuzzy already diving in, got that nice bit of pressure. This is a bit of a concern for me in the difference in two backliners, right? You've got Scuzzy and Furballer who are able to. One is literally diving in, helping out with the tanks and doing tons of damage, as we saw in game number 1. And then you've got Furballer who's able to join in with those snipes from the backline while also buying a ton of time against the Fallen Angels frontliners. That's a big problem for me. There's also going to be the problem that Fallen Angels don't actually have any real engage at all. Like, it's going to be a Cerberus blink. That's all you've got. And you don't always see the Cerberus blink, but a good start onto Scuzzy. It's a 2v2. There's a solo happening as well.
Big damage into Scuzzy, but it's not first blood because physics has already gone down. Adora does get away. Wow, Sexy Zealot goes in, does not die for it. But if that's not a statement of intent from Fallen Angels, I don't know what is.
Yeah, massive. They get that solo kill. The Cerberus was banned in game number 1, and frankly, I thought it was a support pick primarily. I think we've seen a fair bit of Cerberus support, and I actually think that's where he's strongest. But certainly in the solo lane, nothing to be sniffed at. And flying into a Cucullin, you've got that conduit gem. You need to respect that early damage. The clear is decent as well. Not really sure how you lose that 1v1. You're still Cucullin, but that's a big win for them. They also get that win in the mid in that 2v2. Medusa does a lot of damage at this stage of the game, as does Mammon. Like, there's, that acid spray is great wave clearing, great poke in itself.
Yep.
And then you've got the Mammon ticking away constantly. All that damage adds up, and it means that they've had a really good start to this game in that mid 2v2. They're going for it again.
Engaged on again, the party trick comes right back out. Scuzzy ticks down. Adora can do nothing but watch this Raven taking a big beating now in this early phase. I think they're going to get this, They just need one more skill, and Sexy Zealot has it 4-0 for Fallen Angels.
I guess we're going to game 3 at 1-1. Is that what's going to happen here?
Oh, here we go.
I'm not going to count any chickens before they've hatched. We now see aggression in this duo lane. Bugle Wizard taking a lot of poke. Actually, I think this proves to be a theme. What's going on?
Wait, further up, Adora.
They're fighting again. They're at tier 2. Adora. Oh, this Raven.
Scuzzy.
Scuzzy.
Oh, finds the shot, wants the chase. Let's head back to left lane if you don't mind, because there's a bit of a brawl going on over there as well. A 2-on-2, Bugle Wizard and Looney Tunes taking it to Furballer, who does get out safely for now, and they shall retreat. On the right lane, you've seen Physics make that big rotation over. Wow, Fallen Angels, a bit more than they could chew there, I think.
Yeah, just a little bit, but really, they are saying to Eternal Vanguard, look at us when we have a lead. Like, look at us when we have momentum. It's pretty frightening, and the fact they killed Adora once, they didn't get that second kill, although they damn well tried under that right hand tier 2 tower, which is again that's just a ranked toxic strategy. It nearly worked for them actually. I think it's still worthwhile doing because Raven is a really threatening jungler, especially when it comes to gank and especially when it comes to killing squishies. There's no one really better at it than Raven. He just has really good chase down. He has that root and that slow and the ultimate. It's so hard to get away from him. And then he gets out after the fact, and I really like keeping him down. I think that's really important, and I hope they keep doing it because they're proving that they're not afraid to roam into enemy jungle with this Medusa and this Mammon and just fight this Raven and see if they can get a lead in this jungle matchup, and it's working out really well for them so far.
Yeah, like you say, on Raven, you want to be on the front foot, and I've seen that sort of strategy before, right? Where you kill off the jungler, you try to catch them on their way back to the jungle, but you never see it into a Raven. You know, Raven's always too strong in the early game for you to see that happen. Now, what we have seen in the duo lane is a much more equal time of it for Looney Tunes in particular. Furballer has been taking it to Looney Tunes, you know, has still been standing and fighting, but maybe not quite so successfully. Actually, oh my goodness, Looney Tunes! Perfect amount of damage there, gets the ultimate off, and despite Jinx having a great flank there, gets nothing with it, and Furballer takes the first spill in this duo lane.
Yeah, really nicely done, and all credit goes to Looney Tunes for winning that 1v1 essentially. And they didn't do enough to get the kill, but got them low enough to effectively take them out, and then Bugle Wizard makes that rotation. That combination of ults is impossible to deal with. Twinkle Toes does get that blue buff as well. It's just going back to worse for Eternal Vanguard. Let's see if they can respond, because their traditional lane bully is now really behind. This is maybe the response they're after. It's a gank to Looney Tunes.
That's what they need. Looney Tunes surely going down here. The Mystic Rush shall seal their fate. No mounted archery to work with. Oh, and Furballer perfectly on time. Bugle Wizard just pinned into a corner, gets rooted, and does go down. Double kill for Adora. They're definitely what Eternal Vanguard wanted and were looking for. Maybe a bit of a scrap going on over here. No, Twinkle Toes doesn't get the stun and just gets right out of there. But signs of life from Eternal Vanguard.
Yeah, it's something that needed to happen, especially into this Mammon, who, I say that, is fighting really well. Ton of damage onto Scuzzy. It could be
man! Wow, a total solo kill. That Jinx caught in place. Locked down, actually, by the Medusa with the Petrify. Zexy's out, needs one more shot. It gets out the party trick, and the Ticks will do it, but will find themselves cornered, and Furballer gets that kill, but a double kill for Zexy Zealot.
Yeah, as I was saying, this Mammon, you know, she has quite a lot of early game damage, but she's still a mage, and mages do inherently struggle that little bit more with base damage and fighting early compared to these assassins and these warriors and Ravens, that little bit of both, really. So in a way, it's surprising to see them pull it off. And, you know, we talked about this Raven, you don't always see it getting pressured like this, but actually you're still seeing how much of a threat it is. Now, as the Odin's Wrath Online was able to get a nice double kill from a very straightforward gank onto Looney Tunes and Bugle Wizard. You need to see more of that, because you can be, and I think you have to be, proactive and aggressive on this Raven jungle. Mammon doesn't need that so much because she scales very, very well, and you know, she has that very high damage scaling going into that late game, whereas Raven perhaps falls off that little bit more. You know, in a way, the playstyles have been completely opposite. But hang on. Oh, shots! I don't know.
Furballer hits the snipes and then says to Zexy Zealot, I see you, by the way. Get out of my lane. And yeah, just watches that Mammon have to retreat. Now, the Bull Demon started up by Fallen Angels in response, but Adora does spot out Reaper there, gets the root, and will have to drop this Bull Demon, hold on, maybe stolen away there actually with the Gamma Ray Burst, so that was not taken. It did go the way of Fallen Angel, so Bugle was def, quick thinking and a good response. Twinkle Toes aggressed on and now retreats because there's Jinxed on the teleport over. Zexy Zealot though on the scene, and that is the retreat button for Eternal Vanguard. They do not want to deal with this Mammon, but Jinx doesn't really have a choice, gets knocked up out of the dash. Good damage in response. The Petrify comes out, doesn't connect with the Kuzenbo. The tick damage from the poison, not enough. But Zexy Zealot finds it, however, stepped up, gets some damage from Badora onto them, and a lot of scrapping over this Bull Demon that's long gone. Zexy Zealot caught, and the roar is enough. The Stygian Torment pulls them in, and Twinkle Toes goes down as well. Absolute chaos.
Yeah, shades of game number 1. It's happening again. Both these teams being super aggressive now. Scuzzy makes the rotation over. A little bit late. We see a kill in the dual lane.
Oh,
it
man.
Won't be enough to kill Bugle Wizard. Low health. In the end, I don't know what the numbers are anymore, Judas, but it feels like Adora got another kill onto Zexy Zealot, but Zexy Zealot is still farming very, very well and does have 5 kills on their belt. Fallen Angels weren't able to get that Bull Demon, I believe, in the end, so Eternal Vanguard maybe just shaved that. It does feel like Fallen Angels have a lot more momentum this game, but it still feels pretty even. It feels like the Eternal Vanguard have taken a step back. They've consolidated. Well, hang on, we need to slow this down here because this could get out of control very quickly. They've taken back control, to be fair of them, and they've stabilized across the board. They're not really behind anywhere. Although I say that Looney Tunes did fall to that solo kill in that long lane, and now finds themselves 2 levels down once again, just like game number 1. It also might not matter because Hachiman scales pretty well into the late game. So does Rama. We saw both these hunters doing lots of good damage in the late game. That's a nice ult, actually, from Twinkle Toes, but just a flex and nothing more. Not really much in the way of kill potential, but another Bull Demon goes this time to the Fallen Angels, and this is where they've been prioritizing.
Oh, the Petrify there as well, and that's kill potential. All of the ults just flying out there onto Physics. Cullen falling 3 times in the first 10 minutes is not what you want to be seeing when you pick this god. But Cullen, of course, will do an okay job as they scale into the later games, but this Cerberus pickup is inspired.
Yeah, it's doing good work for them. Already has that Breastplate Valor and the Curse Weaver online, so lots of CDR, and Curse Weaver is a really strong item at the moment. It's just kind of annoying because you feel like you need to build so many different items just to deal with this one item. And frankly, the best way to deal with it is buy one yourself. And you can't do that on Cullen. Not in Smite 1 anyway. So more aggression onto Jinx. It's another kill. The Fallen Angels keep on rolling. And actually, Twinkle Toes is here. This is going to be our first Gold Fury of the game.
Yeah, they're going to start this up. This duo pairing of Zexy Zealot and Reaper just going nuts, roaming together so aggressively. Gold Fury being burned down with this Gamma Ray Burst.
Okay.
Oh, as his Zexy Zealot gets killed off by Adora there. Mystic Rush in fact, Eternal Vanguard want this because they see Looney Tunes exposed, and that's a good target for them to take. There's Twinkle Toes providing fantastic peel there, but the snipes go up from the Rama. Can't find Looney Tunes, who's just behind a perfectly placed wall. And now, actually, the tanks want to turn their attention onto Physics. Won't commit to it too much, but Eternal Vanguard there tried to fight back and did not get anything for it.
Yeah, it was a good turnaround onto Zexy Zealot, but actually that's the role that Zealot seems determined to play, and did very well, to be fair, to get that zone. And it was
Scuzzy!
Scuzzy's low.
Scuzzy solo has to retreat. Twinkle Toes is just causing some havoc here. Now Reaper does drop the Petrify unsuccessfully though, just spreading that damage out. Physics gets low. The beacon is almost taken, but not quite enough. Wow. And Physics goes down to more damage from Reaper. Jinx now providing some disruption, but cannot save themselves. Zexy Zealot again goes down. That just happens. I've been saying that like every team fight right now. Zexy Zealot will die, but does tend to take someone down with them.
Yeah, very happy to take that trade, as we've seen with that last Gold Fury as well. That's the role they play, and that's kind of your job as a jungler. You to get those trades, that's super worth it, and then it's a big win for your team. More importantly, they got that Gold Fury, they've secured Stygian Beacon, they got some more kills under their belts as well. They look like a completely different team, and I think that's because even though they're still actually behind in gold at this stage of the game, they haven't allowed this game to come under the control of Eternal Vanguard, and that's because of how aggressive they're playing. They're being proactive. They're making plays across the map. They've also had much more success in the actual laning phase itself. Yes. Obviously, Twinkle Toes is having a really good time into this Cullen, and this Cullen is not very tanky with the build that they've gone. Went into this and Chile, which I haven't seen in a very long time, into the Shifter Shield. It's not a very tanky build. And when you're 2 levels down, nothing feels tanky. It's another 1v1 for Baller doing what they did in game number 1.
Yeah, just finding these opportunities onto Looney Tunes, who, didn't have the beads available, decided not to ult away from that. Obviously, Furballer on this Rama pick. It's somewhat of a counter pick, actually, into the Hachiman, because you can, take an even fight and then take the ult afterwards. But Twinkle Toes gets a solo kill onto Physics. It's a complete flip side here. This solo lane going so well for Fallen Angels. Eternal Vanguard need to react, and react they shall. Adora taking the fight to Twinkle Toes, who gets the healing over the wall, but the Mystic Rush will be enough to shut that down. It's a rampage for Adora, but it's another objective attempted by the Fallen Angels and does go successfully their way. But Bugle Wizard perfectly caught in a route there, and Adora will shut them down. This Raven now having more success, a little bit later than they would have wanted, but still finding these opportunities on the map.
Yeah, 6-1, and Zexizella, that is not a fight you want to take. Turbulor has the ult still as well. If needed, might not be necessary.
Has the Sun. Lots of damage onto this Rama, who now does go up into the ultimate, and Zexizella surely will be going down. And yes, another rampage for Eternal Vanguard, and this one on the back of Furballer. This is one of those games that's where it's shaping up to be dead even.
Hard to call. The difference for me, and we said that it does feel like Fallen Angels are playing slightly differently. They're playing objectives really, really well, and that's something you can do with Atlas and double ADC. Cerberus and Mammon are going to help with that as well. Their objective shred is very, very good. They've been all over those objectives, and actually it's really the only reason that they're close to even at this stage of the game, because they are massively behind in dual lane, specifically ADC. That's no new story, though. We saw that in game number 1. But the fact that they're taking these Gold Furies, these Pyromancers, these Stygian Beacons, these Bull Demons, they are all over them. And so the deficit doesn't feel as bad because they know they can get to this late game. They scale decently well with this comp that they've got. So they're actually in a better position than they were in game number 1. Even though that deficit in Joe is just tough to deal with. But, Twinkle Toes is playing well. Adora and Zexizella are... It's hard to call between them. Adora is naturally ahead because they haven't been dying, been very smart with their engages and choosing when to go in and out. Mid is even, despite a 4-0 scoreline for Reaper. Nothing really to choose there. And also Jinxed is 2 levels up, which has surprised me because I've not been a big fan of this Kuzumbo so far. I don't think it's offered nearly as much as the Atlas has, which surprised me again. But it's kind of close across the board. There are differences in different roles, but actually... The thing that's setting Fallen Angels aside and what's making me more confident about their chances this game is how they played the map, how they played PvE.
Yep.
Much better than Eternal Vanguard have.
The Eternal Vanguard attempting some PvE of their own. They're looking to cause some pressure around this Primal Fury, but they've had to be hesitant to pull these objectives. They do now pull it, but don't really commit because they are just looking to draw the Fallen Angels in. But Fallen Angels don't take the bait. They do not step up. They wait for their best opportunity, and having not found it, they are happy to just let this game tick over by. Minutes are passing by. Furballer, yes, 3 levels of lead, but that experience difference will only start getting closer once Furballer hits that level 20. So it seems like we might see some action around this next Stygian Beacon, but if the Fallen Angels don't want it, they don't seem like they want to take it.
It's a teleport in from Physics. That is a level 15 Cullen. Now has that Reverend Pridwid online, which again it's a high investment to get that glyph at this stage of the game. You've only got 3 full items. I'm not sure I like it. It means you don't feel super tanky, and I think the Fallen Angels can feel confident going into this fight.
Well, the beacon mostly there for Eternal Vanguard. Physics blinks on behind, gets onto the backline, as does Adora with the Mystic Rush, but big damage returned onto Adora, and Zexy Zealot shall combine with Looney Tunes. Now Physics tries to chase down the backline, but cannot do enough. The beacon did go the way of Eternal Vanguard, but they did trade one for it. How does the fight look after the fact? Because the Fallen Angels still find themselves on the back foot. Maybe they've left the door open for an Eternal Vanguard Gold Fury push.
Yeah, it seemed like a good engage. They were slightly on separate pages. The problem is, Physics went in with the first initial engage. That was fine, but the problem is took too much damage, and then there was no one to help Adora when they went in on that secondary engage. Because Adora did everything perfectly, but was just outnumbered in the end. Now this Gold Fury is very close. Pyromax has gone down. Who's getting this?
Fallen Angels do get the Primal Fury. Bugle Wizard surely has committed his life for it, and yes, he shall. But getting the Gold Fury and the Pyromancer in synchronicity, they're perfect for Fallen Angels. They are trading these kills, but they're getting so much on the map, like you'd mentioned.
And now we do actually see they've now got a gold lead. That's the key. If they keep being... They've been quite disciplined, I think, around these objectives, and that is something we saw in game number one. You know, we talked about how, you know, Eternal Vanguard are 5 very good players, but Fallen Angels are playing like a cohesive, well-drilled team, even in the face of overwhelming pressure at times. Lots of damage onto Zexy Zealot, and they're going to try and chase it out.
Ooh, chases it out. Zexy Zealot actually gets pulled into the tower with Adora, so Adora in some danger, but look at the rest of the team. Eternal Vanguard on the scene in the nick of time, and that is perfect for them. They get Adora out alive, and they get the pick they were looking for. Looney Tunes and Furball are going to brawl it out, and actually Looney Tunes gets the Aegis, and can they get the kill? Yes, they shall! A huge shutdown in the pocket of Looney Tunes. This game flips on its head again.
That's just never ever happened. Looney Tunes didn't have relics. Was at least 1 or 2 levels down. Is now even thanks to that kill. I guess the biggest difference there was Looney Tunes had kin size, and Furballer didn't. That must have been the difference. Which doesn't seem like it would make that much of an impact, but it mattered then. I think Furballer only had the tier 2 Oddie bow, that charged bow, didn't have the kin size. That was the difference in that 1v1. Bizarre that it happened. Anyway, but wow!
Looney Tunes! Wow, feeling themselves today. They take 1v1 and then they take a 1v3. Definitely could have ulted out there, I'm just saying, for Looney Tunes. But no, took the fight, decided they wanted it, and could not leave, could not die without taking Adora out first. Wow, this game has absolutely everything.
And when have we ever seen any of these players ult defensively? Literally never. It doesn't happen with these players, and I love them for it. It's really well done, actually, from Looney Tunes. You know, I'll go on about that 1v1 until the end of time. It should never happen when you're ahead in levels, and in gold as well. You just can't take that fight, and you need to recognise that, well, hang on, I haven't backed, I've got all this gold in hand, I could have a full kin size here too. And actually, more aggression onto Furball, as Zena doing a ton of damage.
Oh, Michael Dan actually goes up to the sky with him. Does Zexy Zealot. Perfectly played the matchup there. And Furball has fallen twice in very quick succession. And that has been the best thing that Eternal Vanguard have had. Adora, similarly so, was doing well, but Looney Tunes shut them down too. Twinkle Toes, meanwhile, 3-level lead over Physics. This is not supposed to happen, but it is happening. And Eternal Vanguard, they've lost all the objectives. They're now beginning to lose their major fights. The 6,000 gold lead down almost. It's starting to get pretty ugly, and if it keeps going this way, we're going to go into game number 3 with an even scoreline.
I actually think they need to just start grouping up Eternal Vanguard. The Cullen is the biggest problem, and you know, being 3 levels down and not super tanky, as I mentioned with this build. I hope this is maybe a Spirit Robe. I'd like to see Spirit Robe for Physics, but if you leave Cullen to split push and group up with everyone else, you will have success, just like they're seeing now.
Yeah, they're seeing it now, getting onto the Twinkle Toes, but caught there by Jinx. The knockups from the Watery Grave are not going to be enough damage just yet. Maybe the Thorns will do it. The Thorns do not do it, and so much has been committed. Looney Tunes takes out Physics and continues the fight forward. Now Adora gets on to this Hachiman and does take them out. But what does the fight look like as we continue? It is just a 1-for-1 overall. Fireballer is lurking. Reaper needs to be careful. Low health on this Medusa, but does not get caught by the snipes. And Pyromancer will go the way of Eternal Vanguard unless Zexy Zealot has something to say about it. My goodness, these teams, when they butt heads, my god, do they butt heads.
Yeah, and Fallen Angels are never going to give up an objective line now, but Zealot is low.
Oh, wow! The snipes with the Minotaur slow. What a combination! And now, room for Pyromancer to be taken by Eternal Vanguard, their first major objective of the game. Zats, we might as well just flip a coin to split these two sides.
Yeah, and just when we were saying, oh, you know, maybe Eternal Vanguard, they're struggling a little bit here, and then they go and win that fight. They don't win the fight, but they get enough, and they get Twinkle Toes low enough as well, notably, to buy them a bit of space, buy them a bit of time. They end up taking that Pyromancer, again, getting that kill into Zexy's out was really important. And Fallen Angels just weren't quite grouped up enough as I'd like. And that's something we said about Eternal Vanguard. They need to start grouping up. Cucullin's also relevant. If they group up with everyone else, I said it as it's a big ult from the Cucullin, and this could be a big fight.
The solo laners are here and having a huge impact, but Scuzzy there, dishing out big damage on this Tiamat yet again. Has that double stacking build, has the Soul Reaver, the Chronos Pendant, everything you want as a Tiamat right now. And look at the damage onto Looney Tunes there, who just has to back away and try and heal up. Now the Gold Fury is being pressurized by Eternal Vanguard, but they just can't pull it. There is so much return pressure coming from Fallen Angels. Physics pulls it by virtue of standing near it, and takes a bunch of damage for their troubles. Eternal Vanguard back away, but now Fallen Angels are the aggressors.
Yeah, I'm not sure either team quite happy to pull at this stage of the game, knowing that the other team is nearby enough. Zealot just going to D-ward. They're not looking for the pull. It certainly would suit the Fallen Angels, but a ton of damage from Twinkle Toes. Just buying a bit of space, I think, because meanwhile there's a scuffle happening elsewhere.
Look
Physics
at this.
is dead.
Scuzzy in danger, has to pop the Aegis. There's the Petrify coming out, and Reaper's on a rampage. Going through now onto Jinx, who is the next target. Stunned out again. This Cerberus has been outstanding from Twinkle Toes. Is doing so much for their team. And look at that. 3 kills with nary a team fight to speak of. This will be an Oni Fury going the way of the Fallen Angels, unless Furballer has something to say about it. Biding their time, waiting for the perfect shot, and does not get it, but has revealed themselves to Twinkle Toes, who will give chase. Gets the slow. The chase down is in, and Furballer goes down. The ping on the teleport. They want the Fire Giant, Zats.
Yeah, a little bit ambitious with that steal attempt. Maybe it doesn't really matter. I'm assuming didn't have the ultimate until right at the end there, but they've all TP'd to it. And I think this is going to be a first Fire Giant. There doesn't look like there's going to be much in the way of a contest. Physics has TP'd, but it's burning so quickly. Double ADC, Mammon and Atlas? Yeah, that's gone.
Yeah, that is long gone. Adora will be there, but just to watch it fall. And we are equal in map state, Zats, when it comes to towers. But now, with this with this Fire Giant, enhancing the ability, shall we say, and with this 8,000 gold lead for Fallen Angels, I don't know where the Eternal Vanguard think they are, but they've been taking these fights as if they're an even standpoint. And sometimes you can get away with that. But when you are punished for that, like we've just seen, it starts to get out of control very quickly.
Yeah, I think the time has passed where they need to be fighting in these team fights and taking them on as 5. You need to start splitting up now. I think Physics should have been split pushing in these last 5 minutes and would have been level 20 by now and would have had a much near completion build. Unfortunately, just isn't particularly relevant at this point. You know, we saw that last Gold Fury. Twinkle Toes was basically soloing Adora and keeping Jinx busy. And that meant that there was no one to help deal or help on the front side with Physics, who was trying to do their job as a solo laner and just didn't last nearly as long as Twinkle Toes was able to do. That's proving to be the big difference, I think, because again, there's really not much to call between the rest of these players in the rest of these roles. It's just really that solo presence from Twinkle Toes that's proven to be the big difference at the moment. And That's resulted in a load more objectives for the Fallen Angels. It's given them this big gold lead. Now they've got the Fire Giant. They're looking at these Phoenixes. It doesn't have to be a full-on push, although we are 27 minutes in. They would like to go for this if they can. Again, I think they need to split up the map a little bit, but they're going straight in for it.
Oh my god, Physics just gets eaten up. Now will be alive, but only for a moment. Now Jinx tries to create some space and will do so, but only for a moment. Zexy Zealot gets Furball. Left Phoenix has already gone down. Now there are just 3 members left of Eternal Vanguard to defend this. Twinkle Toes is in, Jinx is there as well. The Titan taking a bit of damage from this double ADC comp, but Adora gets onto their key target and she'll take them out. Twinkle Toes has to retreat. That is a big shutdown onto Reaper and Looney Tunes. Probably going down too, not without taking Scuzzy out first. Bugle Wizard watches as their carry shall go. It's a triple kill from Adora. Keeps them in the game, but only in the game for now. Big win that they needed, though.
Yeah. That was good enough, I think. And I think there's an argument to be made that with one of your first Fire Giants, you can go for that, not reckless play, but you can go for that very aggressive, happy to trade lives to take out that first Phoenix. It's also the left-hand side Phoenix. We know how powerful that is. It gives you so much map pressure on the other side around what will be the enhanced Fire Giant next time round. That's a big win for them. And we talked about Zealot and happy to trade their lives. That's super worth it for them. They've got the objective that they needed, and they made it a really even trade across the board. That's how the Fallen Angels are generally winning these fights. They're getting even trades, even in situations that maybe aren't so great, and it's working out for them.
Oh, leaping in with a big Stygian Torment. There is Twinkle Toes. Only will grab the frontliners, though. And Jinx actually going really deep and way too deep. Finds themselves getting picked off at all for a beacon that is just so unnecessary. Now Zexy Zealot dashing forward. Twinkle Toes similarly wants to give chase, but it will just be a beacon push for now. Fire Giant on its way out for the Fallen Angels. Only 2 of them have it anyway, but they have so much map control. They're going to take the Pyro, the beacon, surely the Gold Fury as well. This double ADC comp working wonders. What has gone so wrong for Eternal Vanguard? They're only 4 kills down, but they're just so far behind.
Well, do you remember around 5-10 minutes ago when I said, I hope Physics gets a Spirit Rope here? Physics has yet to upgrade that item, has gone straight to a Spectral, having been whacked by the ranged autos from Looney Tunes. Doesn't have crit online as far as I can tell. I think has the Gilded Arrow upgrade, but actually there's no dedicated crit in that item, and yet it's a Spectral armor for Physics. Interesting choice. Obviously, Physics is struggling. Doesn't feel very tanky. We alluded to how that build might feel in the earlier stages of the game. It does now have level 20, and I wonder if we'll upgrade to that the blue stone, the red stone, I should say, that we like to call it. That would be good, but that's again the big problem for them, because everyone else I think is doing their job perfectly fine. Adora is being exceptional in what is a really tough to dive backline. I think Adora's done their job brilliantly. I think Jinx has struggled a lot more on this Kuzenbo, but is still getting the good ultimates and is still causing enough of a problem. But
Here we go.
I think their engages are just not quite on the money because they've got that deficit in solo. And now, it's a big engage.
It's very, very close. The Astral Barrage goes up, but the Fallen Angels will get it with that Gamma Ray Burst. And Jinx, totally dead.
Ooh.
Twinkle Toes gets onto the 3 enemies, but actually takes too much damage. Now Zexy Zealot onto Funball, and no ultimate for the Rama, and no health for the Rama. Scuzzy, similarly so, burned through. Adora does what they can, but it is just not enough. Physics on their way out, soon to follow. Reaper does enough. Looney Tunes with a triple kill. What a turnaround for this player. Fantastic showing in game number 2, and Fallen Angels take us to an even matchup.
Yeah, great credit goes to Looney Tunes. Clearly struggling in that early laning phase, but it doesn't matter because they took the fights, and they did win some fights at the right times, and they've been very much relevant in this game and completely switched around. I will say 32 minutes is not a short game, Judas, but it feels that way, doesn't it? It felt like they had much more of a clear strategy, much more of a game plan with what they drafted. Double ADC, the double shredding Guardians, and the Mammon all worked really, really nicely around these objectives. They were much more cohesive in these team fights and much more coordinated with their engages. And I think it was the complete opposite for Eternal Vanguard. Their engages were scatterbrained. They weren't quite finding the right targets at the right times, and in the end, it felt like they were staggering in one by one. Sometimes they get kills, like they did around that last fight. They got Twinkle Toes, but just a little bit too scattered and messy from Eternal Vanguard, and it's rightfully tied up at 1-1.
Yeah, rightfully so. And who would have said that at 12k down, 20 minutes in game number 1, Fallen Angels was so down and out in that game. We were starting to talk about what they should think about for the next game, but no, they thought they're just going to take the momentum back. Had a lot of encouragement from Eternal Vanguard. Lots of mistakes, lots of slip-ups, and they recognized that they could punish it, and it looked pretty easy for them. And if you just watched these 2 games, you'd start to think that Fallen Angels might be the favorites coming into this, but Eternal Vanguard a top seed for a reason, Zats. They have lost their first game of this set. They have room to work with now. We'll have to see how they start to turn this set around, because the momentum's definitely not with them. It's easy to say when you lose a game, of course the momentum's not with you. But even after the way that game 1 went, it cannot feel too good for Eternal Vanguard right now. So we'll keep an eye on them. But what we will do also is take a quick break. But it's been a fantastic set so far. Surely more to follow. We'll see you guys back soon for game number 3. And we are back for some more. What a set we have had so far. It is 1-1. Eternal Vanguard and Fallen Angels. Fallen Angels did fantastic to claw back a close game for game number 1, but they still lost it. But Zats, game 2 was the complete reversal in that. What a performance for Fallen Angels, and what chaos for Eternal Vanguard.
Yeah, and I think for me, it felt like Eternal Vanguard, they did run very large portions of game number 1, and it felt like, even though in the end it turned out to be quite a close, chaotic game, it felt like they were still very confident. And they still believed that they would win this 3-0. And I think they came into that second game, they didn't have first pick, and they didn't change their ban strategies, and they allowed this Cerberus through, and they didn't really adapt for me, and I think they didn't respect how close that first game was, and how the fact that Fallen Angels really were so very close to toppling them, and all it took was a couple of changes in draft, and it took a couple of differences in build, and suddenly they were swept away. And although it wasn't a demolishing by any means, they never actually looked like they were going to win that game because of how, I think, disorganized they were around objectives. And that's a big thing for me. We need to see changes in draft, in build going into this game number 3 for Eternal Vanguard. But I think that game 2 will have calmed them down a little bit. They will have brought down their expectations a little bit. And maybe now they'll be a bit more considered in their approach.
Well, let's see if that's what they do as we head on in to picks and bans for game number 3. Now, Eternal Vanguard have opted to take the first pick on this game. Is there any god in particular that you think they should be prioritizing here?
I think it may well have showed that, well, frankly, I don't think Cerberus will be let through. The Fallen Angels will probably ban it. There are a lot of strong picks up, and I think it's important that they take that first slot. It's a bit too powerful. Actually, Eternal Vanguard are choosing to ban it away, which is all the more perplexing for me. I think it was either going to be a case where Fallen Angels have to ban it, or Eternal Vanguard just get it for free. And that only works when you take that first ban slot or that first pick slot. That only works when you're willing to take that pick. So a little puzzling that they choose not to do that. We'll see what they adjust to here. There's still a lot open. There's another one. A jungler, possibly solo. Camazot's being taken away, but there are more in the offing. Lancelot is also available.
Yep, Lancelot wide open. I would expect Fallen Angels to take that in their top 3 if they so choose to. But yes, the Cerberus and the Mammon banned out by Eternal Vanguard, reacting to what Fallen Angels have been doing. But Fallen Angels sticking to their guns somewhat. They've banned this Cthulhu every game. They've seen the Shark taken out every game. But the Anherd, not forgetting game number 1, means that they will take that away. But Medusa picked up. Reaper had a fantastic performance on this Medusa, so I'm not surprised that they want to run it back. But it does have to be said, Reaper also had a fantastic performance on the Yu Huang, which is still open. Maybe they feel that the Medusa suits them a bit better, especially, I suppose, that when you combine it with this Bacchus.
Yeah, and I think the Bacchus, I believe, was banned in game number 2, actually. So yes. I don't mind that, and they actually take it away. And actually, it means they're going to have to go back to this Kuzenbo, which I wasn't a massive fan of. I have to say, I much preferred the Bacchus for Eternal Vanguard, and I do quite like what Fallen Angels have done. But then again, you take away this Hachiman, that's a strong duo lane, right? Kuzenbo, Hachiman, yes. You can't go wrong with that. You've still got the flex with the Camazot. So most likely going to see him in the jungle, but I think there's some solo flexibility there. And then the Fallen Angels, I think, will be really happy with how this first phase of draft has gone. They haven't lost anything crazy. Camazot's could be pretty destructive, but they've also got a really good drafting response. I think that top 3 is pretty brilliant for the Fallen Angels.
Yeah, looking really good. Like you say, you do give up the Camazots, but having that Lancelot in pocket, who Basically, nobody on Eternal Vanguard does a good job of dealing with, so not too surprised to see them pick that up there. We do see, of course, the bands coming through that you would expect. We finally see that Tiamat band away. So Scuzzy going to have to find something else in the pocket to pick up.
Ooh.
Wow! Zats, take it away.
Apollo. Okay, so here's the theory. You knew that you're gonna lose the 1v1, right? So just play a split pusher. I think it makes perfect sense. I think it's fantastic.
Yeah.
Apollo does have good boxing potential. The fact that you're getting physical procs in your mares, has that audacity passive as well. It's actually really hard to box an Apollo for anyone, and that's what makes his split push even more powerful as well. I also think his level 2 is actually super good, and that needs to be watched. If you're the dual lane of Eternal Vanguard, you need to watch between Bacchus and Apollo. That's kill potential at level 2. We'll see what happens in game, but I love the idea of just taking a split push and put Looney Tunes on that kind of god, because come late game, Looney Tunes is clearly more than capable of matching up with anyone. So that's what this Apollo is aiming to do.
Well, what I do love, though, is the choice of this Morrigan. Now, Scuzzy, of course, has played very well so far on the Tiamat, but there's not many gods that do the same thing that Tiamat does. Morrigan actually is one of those gods that I would say does do that. You can get involved and in the face of the enemy team normally by transforming into someone else as well. But also the thing that's really good about this Morrigan pick sets is the way that it can catch an Apollo. The thing about Apollo, when you see an enemy coming, you just hit the ult and fly away. You can't do that with a Morrigan, so definitely potential to shut down a potential split push of an Apollo. And even if the Apollo takes off, you can just take off yourself and do the same thing and catch up with your team. So I love that Morrigan pick there.
Yeah, I actually think there's a ton of good options for her as well, for the use of that changeling. Camazotz is a fantastic transformation at level 5, yep. I think. Lancelot and Medusa can be good. Sun Wukong's going to be really nice late game, I think. This Ratatoska is a great pick if you're Eternal Vanguard, because you can turn into that Ratatoska. That's really powerful, actually, to get that kind of semi-global ultimate. And this is why I love best of 3s, Judas. Best of 5s, I should say, because we're in game number 3 now. We've seen less of the meta bans and more of the, we need to ban this because this guy's just too good on it. Yep. And now we start to see the god pools, just how deep they really are. We've got Apollo, we've got a Rat, we've got a Morrigan, and we've got a Sun Wukong as well. I will touch on that Sun Wukong. I think it suits the kind of style that we're seeing out of the solo lane. Presumably it will be up against the Ratatoska, and I think that should massively favour the Sun Wukong. I just think you have such good wave clear. You have really good rotation powers. Now, Ratatoska can easily match your rotations, but can the Rat match your effectiveness? That's harder to say. But I love both these drafts. I think they're very much steering towards what they want to do now. It's less about playing to the meta or playing what's good right now, and they're actually playing what they know they as players and as teams are good at doing. And I love both these drafts.
Yeah, definitely. Like you said, digging down a bit and adjusting to the enemy team. I actually quite like this Wukong pick for a slightly different reason for you, Zat. I think we have seen dominance in the solo lane more so than anywhere else. As much as we've seen tons of 1v1s in the duo lane, tending to skew one way, overall it's trended to sort of equalize itself later on. Whereas what we've seen coming out of the solo lane is Fallen Angels have won that lane every time, and it's really then propelled them further forwards. Whereas the Wukong, look, you'd say this about Cucullin, who has, by the way, been completely ignored this game.
Yeah.
But you'd say this about Cucullin, that Wukong just does not lose a lane, right? And Fallen Angels with this Lancelot or Ratatoska, not actually, I actually personally think it might be the Lancelot. We've seen a lot more there in Quacken. So I think a Lancelot does decently into Wukong, but the combination of this Lance and Ratatoska, however they are arranged, have to find a way of dealing with this Wukong, because that is where Fallen Angels have found most of their success. And I think Eternal Vanguard are reacting to that very well by picking this god, because it's just going to be such a resource drain that maybe Eternal Vanguard can find some success elsewhere.
Yeah, I fully agree, actually. But I would argue that it's the same on both sides. And I do think that having a double front line of Rat and Lancelot plus a Bacchus in there is astonishingly difficult to deal with. Like there's so much mobility, plenty of damage coming out as well. Plus, you've got always the threat of Apollo landing on it as well. I love these two drafts. I love the new and exciting picks that we get to see in this situation. It's a grand finals. It's game 3. This is what we're all about, and I'm super excited.
Let's see who can win this all-important third game. Let's get on into game number 3. It's between Eternal Vanguard and Fallen Angels, and it will be Twinkle Toes on the Ratatoskr solo with the Lancelot in the jungle. So that's how you'd expect it to go, Zet. And, well, looks like Fallen Angels agree with you.
Yeah, I like Rat in solo. I think you're not so worried about the early game because your Claire, I think, is a little bit better than Lancelot. You're also a bit safer than Lancelot in that early laning phase because that dart goes considerably further than anything Lance can do without having that ultimate online. I like it. You can also scale into a hybrid solo laner really well. I hope to see I think it's the Thick Bark Acorn, which gives you double flurry and protection steal, which is massive in fighting in that solo lane. I'm a big fan of it. I think that's what makes Rat solo viable at all, is the option of having that Acorn and that Acorn only. I don't want to see a different kind of Acorn, personally, from Twinkle Toes. That all being said, I think Wukong just kind of wins this matchup, as Wukong wins many matchups. Better wave clear, equally safe, higher kill potential. Not by much, and certainly have to be wary of this Rat. Still does a ton of damage. Both have opted for the Bluestone Pendant. And actually, I might be made to eat my words here, but physics is okay for now.
We did see physics go down around that point of the game in game number 2, actually, to that Cerberus. So definitely does not want a repeat of that. But I do think that the Ratatoskr seems to suit Twinkle Toes so well. Almost seems like a combination of that Cucullin and the Cerberus that we just seen as well. So Furbolg taking a little bit of damage from Bugle Wizard, smacking him with that meat. Having a great time. Yeah, the support's just completely ignoring their own carries and fully focusing on the enemy carries. And I love this from Zexy Zealot. Showing up over there, showing some presence, just means that you have to think twice if you're physics. And everything right now trending towards a bit of pressure in favor of Fallen Angels, which is not how we've tended to see these games start.
No, and hey, it's really slow and considered and careful, isn't it? Which is saying a lot about the state of this set that we're in. I like this prioritization from Zexy Zealot, relieving that bit of pressure, although Twinkle Toes was certainly doing fine in that lane, no problem. But I like that choice. It also means that, you know, Adora had to make a decision on what to do with this Camazotz. It's a nice bit, but Looney Tunes has no beats.
Fantastic. Looney Tunes, nowhere to go. The Kappa will just smack him down. And Furbolg wants to take the fight to Bugle Wizard as well. Jinx trying to provide whatever protection they can. There's the Heavenly Banner coming out. Do you have the shot? You have the Kappa. You have the 2 kills in dual lane for Eternal Vanguard. And if there was ever a lane that did not need a lead, it's the Eternal Vanguard dual lane. Up, there goes physics.
Wow. Oh, that's slightly alarming, isn't it? It's another solo kill for Twinkle Toes. That's concerning now because, I mean, there was already pressure on that side of the map. Now that gives them more options around these bull demons. It means that, once again, physics is going to be fighting from a deficit. And we've seen physics really struggled when they were put behind by solo kills or by ganks or whatever. Because in game number 1, physics had a pretty good time of it. And it felt fairly even in that solo. But in game number 2, it was turned on its head because of those early solo kills. And that's going to be a worrying trend for me. I don't know how they're going to respond to it. I think Adora needs to put some pressure onto this Ratatoskr sooner rather than later. Meanwhile, we've got more action in the dual lane. Level 4 for Fallen Angels, but they're going in.
Looney Tunes once in, Furbolg once out. The level 5 favors Eternal Vanguard at the moment, but seems Bugle Wizard not scared to take a fight, especially with Zexy Zealot on the way. But Adora, similarly so, recognizing this. We do tend to see this, Zats, when the junglers, you know, start to congregate and actually match each other's rotations. It does cause a much slower game. And Furbolg actually taking a big chunk of damage, goes into the ult, but not defensively, goes aggressive onto Looney Tunes, and Looney Tunes shoots them in the face as they charge in. Now Adora just needs these swoops will get those troops, so it is a 1-for-1 trade, but it certainly did not need to be.
Yeah, a really nice turnaround actually from Looney Tunes. And Furballer made that decision and needed to use the ultimate because Furballer lost the beads when getting that last kill, so needed to use the ultimate, chose to go aggressive, and that proved to be their downfall because it was a perfectly timed mez. And then the damage from Apollo must not be underestimated. That was really good work from them. That makes it feel not so bad, but nice work from Adora as well. I was looking for this Camazotz. It's not been very active at all so far, and it needed to be somewhere, I think. Especially in answer of what's been happening in solo, and the fact that you're matched up against a Lancelot, who I think doesn't quite have that early presence of the Camazotz. Certainly not pre-level 5. But now, the longer this goes on, the more this Lance is going to start chunking.
Yeah, certainly going to have an impact soon, these two junglers, but right now it's all been lane combat. Actually, none of the junglers being able to get involved too much. We did see, obviously, Adora picking up that kill, but certainly a cleanup job after the fact. And Twinkletoes having all of the advantage over in this solo lane. Is this how this should be going, Zats, or is something going wrong for Eternal Vanguard?
I mean, it's gone wrong with that solo kill, essentially, hasn't it? And Physics is also going for the Soul Eater build, so not going to be very tanky. And again, going these more damage-oriented builds don't work when you die early. They make you... They feel inherently worse than if you're ahead. If you're ahead, you can build damage or defense and both feel better. If you're behind, I think you need a normal defense build to me. I think the Soul Eater is... It's going to take too long to get online. Also, doesn't have the teleport. That's something that's worth noting as well. When the beads on this Sun Wukong, that means you're fighting at a real big deficit, but it's a big fight in Dure lane.
Oh, huge fight. Zexyzella goes in, gets a grand joust on everyone, but just uses it to retreat. Seems like there was a bit of scuffling over the purple buffs there, and Reaper has seen this cue as it's time to sweep up everything in the enemy jungle. The purple buffs were traded equally, but this is anything but equal for the Fallen Angels.
And you know what? Reaper can do that because Twinkletoes has map pressure on this right-hand side and jungle presence and rotation power. That's why Reaper's allowed to get away with that, which is an absolute crime to go to their enemy speed buff and steal it away. That should never happen, but Reaper can get away with it. And to be fair, really good recognition and an understanding of how the game is, where the map balance is. You know, you've got 4 people have just ganked over and left. You've got your solo doing really, really well. Actually, that's the perfect time, and even better to know that the speed buff was there and available for the taking. Really great work, and lots of damage coming out from Twinkletoes.
My goodness, Physics forced into that somersault cloud. Twinkletoes up onto the tree, but will just bide their time, waiting for the Wukong to land. However, there is a bit of a rotation coming in. The nice use of beads there from Physics, but Zexyzella is bringing a world of pain along with them, and Physics will actually be the one to pick up the kill there. So, actually a success in the right-hand side for Eternal Vanguard this time.
Yeah, I think Zexyzella just got caught out a little bit, and we have seen quite a lot of aggression from Zexyzella attempting these invades, and this time the Lancelot, doesn't quite have that damage online, but it's aggression on to Reaper. Could be in trouble, but a ton of damage onto Physics.
Adora as well takes a chunk of damage there, and actually I think that the Bull Demon did go the way of Fallen Angels as well. Nice. Reaper having so much fun on this Medusa pickup. It's just something that Eternal Vanguard are not dealing with.
And that's exactly it. It feels like they're not respecting the damage output of it, and they're not targeting it properly. Now, I'm okay with these supports staying in Duo for quite a long time. I think that's fine, but you have to be ready and make sure that you have the resources to deal with this Medusa, even at this early stage of the game. She's now level 11. She's finished that Assy online, so it's not like it's a full ability damage build, which I love, by the way, for Reaper. I think it's a fantastic build so far, and it's clearly paying dividends. They do have time, and it's horse v horse. Look at that. Zealot gets the kill.
So Zealot comes out on top. Oh my goodness, takes all of their health in response. And actually, I think Adora and Jinx are going to want in here. Jinx, though, no mana, and that is the mez there. That is enough to put Adora in big danger, actually. Bugle Wizard wants in, and Looney Tunes hitting so hard on this Apollo. Wow, I don't know how they knew that was good. Oh, Scuzzy, hold on. Scuzzy wants to make their presence known on this map, dunking right down onto one. Hold on, Bugle Wizard's already got the kill. Scuzzy gets a stun onto 2, gets the beads from Looney Tunes, but now has to start retreating. What a turnaround for this set that this dual lane of Fallen Angels is doing so well. Furballer back on the scene. Might even want in Bugle Wizard, the only target available. Scuzzy tries to get aggressive. Furballer will get the stun onto Bugle Wizard, who leaps away to relative safety. The Furballer needs the shots and doesn't get it. Fallen Angels dual lane coming up massive.
They keep trying to kill this Apollo, even turning into the Apollo, and it's just not working for them, and unfortunately that ends up being super not worth it for Scuzzy. It feels like that ult into the Apollo was more out of the fact of Reaper's doing a lot on this Medusa, got a big kill, stole a Bull Demon. I need to have some kind of impact here, and I don't think turning to Apollo was the play. Nice secure coming out from Reaper. That's a really good ult actually, and Physics could be in trouble.
Ooh, could have been some danger, but Reaper with no mana will choose to retreat just now. And yeah, Fallen Angels have had very successful few minutes. I mean, look at the gold lead now. It's heavily in their favor. Not that it's incredible, right? But it's just a trend. Look at the way the line is trending. And Eternal Vanguard, like you said, Zat, Scuzzy feels like they have to do something, and I think they do. Just look at the damage coming out onto Adora. Twinkle Toes is in as well, gives chase onto Adora. The Acorn Blast is just enough to take them out. And Physics actually in some danger here, up into the Somersault Cloud. But look, Bugle Wizard is here. Zexy Zealot is out of here. Twinkle Toes still putting out some damage, but here comes Scuzzy. Physics goes down first. Scuzzy again needs to do something, but they're not doing anything. Fallen Angels having all the success on this map.
They just need to stop. They keep fighting around this solo side, and I don't know why. Physics is 3 levels down now, 1 and 3, compared to Twinkle Toes, who's 3 and 0. This Lancelot has found themselves 3 levels up, and I think Adora has really struggled to have any kind of impact on this map at all, despite playing this Camazotz, who, when the blink has so much gank potential, you'd have thought, but it's just not working for them. I think that's because they're choosing to fight on this right-hand side. The problem is, for the Eternal Vanguard, where do you fight? Because you also have tried to make stuff happen in dual lane, and that's not working either. This Apollo is proving to be too much to handle, and it feels like Eternal Vanguard have come up against these slightly more niche picks, like the Apollo, like the Rattoska, things you don't see as much, and they're it's not that they're not respecting it, they just don't actually know how to deal with it, because they just haven't played against these kind of picks in a long time, and they've forgotten that what you need to do against them. Jig's forced to use the ultimate. It's going from bad to worse. They could still chase stand. And in fact, Reaper's made the rotation.
Reaper's over here, has the Petrify out, doesn't connect with Jinx though. Adora chases them away. Bugle Wizard says, alright guys, there's 4 there, let's get out of here. But the Fallen Angels haven't lost anything. They've just exuded so much pressure. They might look at this Gold Fury. They don't have to though, because everything is just trending so well for them.
Yeah, and I think they're in the position that they've got the map state where they can pull this and look for the fight. I don't want to see them coming to Gold Fury. If there's no contest, then sure, your secure is fairly good once you get Reaper's ultimate back online, and perhaps that's what they're waiting for. But they should be looking to bait them in, try and make a fight happen around this Gold Fury. I think Fallen Angels are very capable of doing it. It's 30 minutes in. It's an enormous lead at this stage of the game, bigger than we've seen at all in this set. It's absolutely massive. Cannot be understated how big this lead is. I think they need to be using it a bit more. But Eternal Vanguard are playing like they're even, and they're not realizing that. Well, that's a big Rattoska. Oh, that Apollo's doing a lot. This Medusa's swinging. Oh, this Lance is swinging. They are so behind everywhere. To a massive extent, actually. Legions going to ult on out of there. It's just proving a bit too easy at the moment. Whoa!
He said, I'm going to ult on out of you, and then remembered he's playing in NA and just ults right back in. Furballer has to use the ult. Similarly, so just ults in. Guys, please, you can ult out. I know you don't want to, but I'm telling you that you can. Now, Furballer trying to retreat. That does not retreat. Looney Tunes catches him with the shot. Scuzzy shows up, gets the beads up from this Apollo, gets the Medusa from the Apollo, the Aegis from Apollo, and will have enough damage for the Apollo, but so much committed on that left-hand side of the map, and it's only for a 1-for-1.
Yeah, 1-for-1, and I think Bull Demon also went down for Fallen Angels. That was their target anyway, and they knew that was happening, and Twinkletoe's going to dive.
Oh, drops the beads there, does physics. That's an alright pickup, though, because Twinkletoes, again, trades the ult for a bead. You're more than happy with that. Everything just seems to go in favor of Fallen Angels. That's what's happened to the Fallen Angels, sorry, to the Eternal Vanguard of game number 1. They looked so strong, and where are those players?
I think they're just they don't know how to react to what's happening right in front of them. This is a good way, though. A lot of damage on Zexizella, and actually, Zexizell's gone in.
Ult in just to make sure they get their numbers up before they die. I'm sure there was a way out of that, all right? I am sure, but it did not happen. But it will turn itself into a Pyromancer for Fallen Angels, and this is exactly what Fallen Angels have to do, Zaz. They are now starting to bleed some picks, but they're always getting an objective in response. Eternal Vanguard, even when they win, they still lose. Now, Eternal Vanguard are going to pull this Gold Fury, but the response is fantastic from the Fallen Angels.
Yeah,
they're right on the scene for this.
Yeah,
it's close.
Reaper actually gets the beats forced, though, and that is going to get them off it. Adora could fall, though. The solo laners are here, but one's much more impactful than the other at this stage.
Yeah, makes one hell of a difference there. Jinx just trying to get this rat away, but I'm not even sure that's going to be enough. The belly flop combined with the Petrify. Fantastic combo. They take 2 kills to the Fallen Angels, and then they're going to go and take the Gold Fury anyway. Yeah,
you could see that was not the play, I think, to pull that Gold Fury. A rat's on the way, and you don't have any tools to deal with this rat. But the fact is, no one has enough levels to kill Twinkletoes at this stage of the game. You know, they need to commit 3 people just to kill Zexizella, and even when doing that, you're right. It felt like they got a win, but they were still losing from it because they can't do anything around these objectives, and that's proven to be the big problem. The fact that Fallen Angels, they haven't actually been as on it with objectives as they were in game number 2, and yet they're much more ahead, and that shows how strong they are in these actual fights themselves.
Ults go flying, but the rat goes flying as well. Scuzzy so low and does get chased down. This Ratatasker, a nightmare to deal with. Again, Twinkletoes doing whatever they want. Now Reaper being manhandled by the front line of Eternal Vanguard and will go down. Twinkletoes not able to provide enough peel, but Looney Tunes is here. Once in on this fight, great blink from Adora. Completely bamboozles Zexizella, but only for a moment. The Lancelot shall still catch down their prey. Physics has only been able to watch this Wukong, providing nowhere near as much impact as this Ratatasker.
And the only positive you'd have to say for Eternal Vanguard is they got a pick onto Reaper, which is huge because Reaper has not died a lot this set. Certainly not in game number 2, and this is the first death in game number 3. A little bit confused as to why Bugle was in left. You know, they had the rotation over from Looney Tunes, so maybe they wanted to keep someone there. But having a Bacchus in that fight would probably have kept Reaper alive, and they would have lost nothing in that case. And, you know, maybe Furballer would have gotten a tier 1 tower, but slightly odd decision making there for me. But, you know, these are criticisms of a team that is massively ahead, and they're going to have criticisms because they're in such a strong position. And they fully deserve the lead that they're in. They have turned them into objectives, as we mentioned, not as much as in game number 2, I would say. And it speaks volumes as to how dominant they've been in this fight, and more importantly, in the laning phase. That's where they are winning this game so far, because they've had a good time in mid. They've had a much better time in duo, and you know, we talked about maybe a different pick for Looney Tunes was the key, because come late game, Looney Tunes will be doing just as much, if not more, than Furballer. But actually, this Apollo has proved a really good pick.
So they're trying to take a 1v1, but Looney Tunes will soon find out that is not going to be the case. Jinx doing everything the support should do, but it is not enough. This Apollo lives, but Adora might have something to say about it. Looney Tunes, no idea, and gets executed in the back of the head. But all the while, there's a fight going on the right-hand side of the map. The Wukong is down, and that means the Fire Giant can be started by the Fallen Angels. They have the Medusa, they have enough damage, and nobody on Eternal Vanguard is reacting.
Yeah, 19 minutes in, this is quite early. Health bars are going to be fine. Damage is not so good at this stage of the game, but actually we've got a zone on from Zexyzella, which is actually really important. I'm not sure if Eternal Vanguard know. I think they might do, and I actually don't mind that they're taking this tier 2 tower and left. They're not trying to defend it, which is... I don't mind that call, but the fact is this is taking so long to go down because it's such an early Fire Giant. By far the earliest Fire Giant we've seen in this set. They had to use quite a lot, and you wonder if they were there to contest. That could have actually been a really bad fight for the Fallen Angels, but I actually don't mind them split pushing, taking that left-hand side tier 2. It actually means that, you know, Scuzzy's actually slightly ahead in levels on Reaper. Jinx is doing okay, Furballer's doing okay, Adora's still quite a way behind, as is Physics, but they're taking gold off the map. They're closing the gap by getting farm themselves, and that's important at this stage of the game. And I do think, even though maybe it seemed like, well, you could have contested that Fire Giant or at least tried to fight them around it, they are that far behind that it probably wouldn't have worked for them.
Oh man, it's you're right in that someone needs to make a choice, and I think Physics needs to make the choice to just not fight Twinkle Toes, man. It is not going their way at all. Yeah, this Ratatask is so strong, and again a 1v1 in the dual lane, duly interrupted. The horse race goes on, and Furballer not going to win this chase, but they have the backup from Jinx, but overcomes the Apollo as well. Doesn't even need it. Furballer having a roughest game of this set. Scuzzy comes in on the Ratatasker, and similarly so gets right back out. Fallen Angels take 2 easy picks, and now they can take so much of the map because they still have Fire Giant.
Yeah, and that's one thing you don't want to happen is with these early Fire Giants, you're not generally looking to use it to take objectives, to take towers and things. Certainly not going to push at Phoenixes, but actually when you give them picks like that, it opens the door, and now they are knocking on the door of this Phoenix at 21 minutes, and there's nothing really they can do about it. Physics is trying, but Physics is dead.
Oh my goodness, Physics in one knockup is down, and the backline there stunned out by Scuzzy, but that's all they can do. Swooping in now is Zexyzella, seeing what can happen from the sky, and falling down there in the back is Jinx, who's way isolated. And like you said, these picks are going one way, Zat, and the door is open to the Phoenix. Adora is down. The base is going to be cracked open. This could be the end.
And they do have a Pyromancer bomb available to them. They've got 2 ADCs with Fire Giant. I think they can do this.
They're going to try. The minions are coming in. It's half HP on the Titan. No, they've got tons of time to work with. Fallen Angels in 22 minutes. In the time that Game 1 took, that Fallen Angels have taken 2 games off of Eternal Vanguard. And they are in the driving seat for this set.
Completely dominant. And I think what's important now is that Eternal Vanguard... They need to win these last few games, and that's how they must view it. And they need to switch things out in terms of their picks and bans. I think that's going to be really crucial going into this game number 4. Judas, am I right? Game number 4. That's what we need to see. We need to see change-ups for solo picks. I think the Morrigan didn't really work as we'd hoped, and I also don't like this Kuzenbo. I think we need to get rid of that as well. There are things they need to change, not just in terms of picks and bans, but also it feels like in mentality. They're not able to match the sheer aggression like they were in game number 1. That only worked because they had an Anha that was really fed, and because, more importantly, you had Physics on that Jormungandr was much more comfortable and was able to contribute a lot more. Those 2 factors meant they were able to match up to this massive aggression coming out from the Fallen Angels. They've not been able to replicate that in Game 2 and Game 3 because Solo's struggling a lot more and because Duo is a lot closer.
Look, Eternal Vanguard need to recognize that just a couple of hundred health one way, and they could have been out off of this game. Fallen Angels had a stellar performance in game number 1 eventually, and if not for a slight overcommit in the Titan, could have found themselves 3-0 in this set. Now it is 2-1, it is match point for Fallen Angels, but Eternal Vanguard need to rip up the script. Like you said, take that Kuzenbo in the bin. Take all these defensive or slightly more passive ADCs in the bin. We need something to come out more aggressively now from this duel lane. The solo is struggling. I'd maybe even like to see the Jormungandr again.
Yeah.
But we will find out what we do see when we come back for game number 4. We're going to have a quick break, guys, but don't go anywhere. This could be the final game. It is match point in the Deep Sea Division Grand Finals, but it does not go to the number 1 seed. It is the number 3 seed Fallen Angels finding themselves at the door of greatness. It is the final tournament for this division for Kraken Smite League, and what a way to end it than to win it. Zets, it's been fantastically back and forth, seemingly. However, the past games have been way in favor of Fallen Angels overall. Eternal Vanguard find themselves on their last legs. What do they need to change to get this going in their favor?
I think they can make changes right now in picks and bans. We talked about the solo lane is clearly having a problem against the might of Twinkle Toes. That needs to be adjusted. I don't know what kind of change you need to make there. Maybe go back to the Yorm or go with something that can split push and clear wave really easily, things like that. But there's just so many top picks for me and they've taken this first spot once again, Eternal Vanguard. You know that Fallen Angels are going to get some really strong picks once again. And I haven't seen enough evidence that physics with the right god in hand can deal with Twinkle Toes. So I actually think it comes down to a change of play style, more proactiveness from Adora, I think, who was on a really early game aggressive jungler in the Camazots and didn't really go to gank that solo lane once. And that's not really something we've seen from that jungler at all this set. So that's something I'd like to see change up, because everywhere else they've been doing okay. You know, obviously ADC's been having good success. We talked about maybe taking away the Kuzenbo from support, but overall they've been doing okay. I think that solo just needs a bit of help.
Oh, and maybe this is the way to do it. Cerberus being locked in. We were touching on during the break just now, Zets, that Eternal Vanguard had their most success when they had this Jormungandr in the soul lane. And Cerberus, not exactly the same type of god, but we did see the potential from Twinkle Toes actually in game number 2 from Fallen Angel. So this time, this is basically Eternal Vanguard saying, all right, what do you need, physics? How can you provide the most success? And they've opted to go with this Cerberus pick. But Fallen Angels don't ban out anything from game number 3 from Eternal Vanguard. They're not scared of anything they had just there. They're saying, all right, we're keeping the Anhur out. We still don't want Chuck. We still don't want Cthulhu. And it's given them this Medusa yet again. Reaper 3 times in a row. I'd expect to see another great game on this pick.
Yeah, actually been near flawless this set, certainly on the Medusa pick anyway. I am surprised. Well, I'm not surprised because it's not something you can really first pick, and I think it's something you know that Reaper is going to look to take. It's how you respond to that, because Medusa, you know, is certainly counterable. You know, it's easy to catch her dash. She can struggle in the late game in terms of getting meaningful poke off, certainly when compared to something like an Agni, which we're seeing on the other side. I also I would have liked to have seen Fallen Angels take that Bacchus again. I don't think it was amazing for Bugle Wizard, but I think it's more important to keep it away from Eternal Vanguard, because that's when they've had their most success is with this Bacchus in support rather than this Kuzenbo. So I'd have liked to have seen that adjustment perhaps, but hard to call so far after the first round of picks and bans.
Yeah, everything coming out from Fallen Angels is a little bit different here. There's Raven and the Amaterasu, which we have not seen yet at all from Fallen Angels. I suppose when you've got a game to work with, you can dig a little bit deeper into the god pools, maybe mix some things in, but similarly so, I don't think they have to change too much. You know, they could have easily picked the Ratatoskr again. It looked so good, and maybe Twinkle Toes is just thinking, all right, if I lock in this armor, play a bit more defensively into the Cerberus, and then show up later, they can have as big of an impact. But I do fear for Eternal Vanguard that if Twinkle Toes is able to get off to another good start. Maui coming in from Fallen Angels. Complete change up here.
Oh, love a Maui, though. Super fun. Playmaker god, I think. And that's actually something I would like to see in the hands of Bugle Wizard. We saw it a little bit with the Atlas, actually. The Atlas looked really strong, and I think Maui, similar kind of support in a way, has good enough CC, but not particularly good on the defensive end of things. Is better on the aggressive, and that's why I really like this Maui pick for Bugle Wizard. I think it's a good a good pick that shows that they're not going to let up in this game. It shows that they're keeping with this mentality.
Ooh, that is a Zhang Kui being hovered over here, which I would assume is for the mid lane, but you never really know, especially with a Medusa on the table. But Reaper's played it so well, Zet. It's got to be hard to see Reaper have 3 games in a row of just great performances and then say, you know that God you don't want, I'd kind of like to give it a try now. I would be very skeptical of that. We'll see if that Zhang does stick. But on the side of Eternal Vanguard, a reversion to this Bacchus and the Rama coming out from Eternal Vanguard. They didn't play it together, but we know that that pair of gods does look good in the hands of this Eternal Vanguard dual lane. Is that enough to run a game? Can you run a game through these 2 gods?
I think it's possibly. Again, I'm much happier with the Bacchus pick than the Kuzenbo. I've mentioned that many times. So yes, I think it's good. I like the Agni and the Cerberus more. Nem, I'm not a big fan of here. I think it's. I don't think it works into Raven. I just don't think it has enough CC, so the early ganks aren't strong enough, and that's what we really need to see from Adora. We need to see early ganks, preferably into solo lane, and I don't think Nemesis does that particularly well, certainly not into an Amaterasu, and I think Fallen Angels know that they're going to have solo pressure because of how well Twinkle Toes is playing straight up. It's just winning that solo matchup. You also know that you've got a Raven on side that's going to help you with that early pressure, early ganks. And also, Armor does actually really well into Cerberus, able to silence out the Ghastly Breath very, very easily and whenever you like. That's going to be a big problem for me because is there going to be a response from Eternal Vanguard? At the moment, with the comp they drafted, I'm not really seeing it unless you rotate Agni over. And Scuzzy is clearly more willing to rotate than Reaper is. We've seen that, and that's fine because I think Scuzzy is often in a position where they need to rotate out of mid a bit more to help out their team. We're going to need to see it a lot into that solo, I think, because I'm seriously worried about how this Cerberus is going to do in the face of not specifically an Amma, but an Amma and a Raven. And you've only really got a Nem on your side to try and help you. And as I say, there's not enough control. There's not enough early gank potential from that specific jungler.
Well, it's going to be very interesting to see how it goes because Eternal Vanguard, like we said, Zats, they have hung their hat on this draft. Each of these players is like, all right, final Kraken Smite League tournament, final game potentially. If I'm going out playing Agni, playing Rama, playing Nemesis, and they have to put it together. You know, you have to see more of what we saw in game 1. We know they've got the potential. We'll have to see if they can do it. So let's head on over to game number 4. Match point for Fallen Angels, and how do Eternal Vanguard react? It needs to be big, Zats, but does it need to be done early?
Yes, I think it really, really does. If you want physics to be at all relevant in the late game, you need to help them out early. I think there's no nice way of putting that. You need to help out that solo lane as early as you can. Now, Nemesis has plenty of potential pre-level 5. I think she's actually got a really good fight pre-level 5. It's not as good as Raven, certainly, and Raven at level 5, I also think just wins that as well. And already Beads forced out from Looney Tunes. Already Jinx looks really comfortable on this Bacchus, but lots of damage into response onto Furball.
Oh my goodness, the dual lane just buddy head. What a hook! And Looney Tunes almost able to follow up there. However, Zaxi Zealot coming in perfectly timed. Robin blink, Robin slap, and Robin slam down. Fallen Angels, big rotation. Here comes Adora. All too late, too early kills for Fallen Angels.
And that's exactly the kind of time when you want, actually, Adora, can you go to solo side? Can you go for an early cringe gank? We know that kind of thing works. Dashing from Reaper. Has they got the autos, the ticks? Yes, they do. It's a solo kill from Reaper. It's going from bad to worse. It's 3-0, Judas.
3-0 a minute into the game. Eternal Vanguard couldn't have dreamt a worse start. Somehow, the best lane right now for Eternal Vanguard is this solo lane, with Physics getting a bit of a better start. But man, it could not have gone worse. We said both teams butting heads at the start, but just the Raven so much quicker on the draw there, and Adora just late to the party.
Yeah, I think obviously Adora had decided to commit to that rotation, like after they cleared all their camps and maybe got to mid. They were like, okay, well, I'm committing to that rotation to dual lane. The problem is Raven got there first. Raven was always going to have more of an impact anyway. And speaking of which, more impact damage onto Adora.
Big damage onto Adora. Stun comes out, but Adora stays alive. Had a good window there, did Zexy Zealot, but just not enough damage to work with. And Eternal Vanguard playing on their fingertips, Rao. It really feels like they are trying to make something happen. Fernbula goes in first, gets aggressed on by Looney Tunes. Bugle Wizard trying to fight out. 200 HP for both ADCs. And Looney Tunes, though, takes a little bit more damage. Gets the shield buff, though. Could make all of the difference in this fight. And yeah, still want to get aggressive. There is the leap coming through. Does get it. Gets one shot with the hook and does not get the drag back. Looney Tunes similarly so. Almost falling there. Wow. A volatile dual lane. But here's the gank onto Physics. This Cerberus, you said he might struggle into these two gods, and struggle they shall. Even rotating Reaper over.
Wow. And what's the response been? What have they done to make sure that this doesn't happen again to them? Ooh, Jinx has actually gotten Looney Tunes very low. Didn't get
he's just got a back.
Purple buff. Hey, sure, Jinx might have it here, but Furball is in as well. I don't know what's going on. It's all gone crazy, but the fact is, Fallen Angels are 4-0. They just took Bull Demon for free. Reaper dashes in, try and get something done, but I don't know what Eternal Vanguard are trying to do here. This Nemesis needs to get 5 as soon as possible. You have already missed the point where you can make an impact. I'd have liked to see Blink on this Nemesis. I don't think there's a ton of CC. I think it would have helped you in that early game. It would have helped you in that level 2 gank at minute 1. That would have, having a Blink there would have made all the difference. But it's just it feels like they're just playing Smite how they always play Smite, and they're not actually adapting or changing anything. But there's the pressure, there's the Cerberus threat. Actually, not quite enough to kill Twinkle Toes, but you can see why that god has been banned, and you can see why Zexy Zealot has already targeted that lane.
Yeah, definitely need to deal with this Cerberus in some ways, and one of those ways could just be winning out through the dual lane. Again, we see support versus ADC combat. Furballer not having the best of times. Similarly so, Looney Tunes, up and down they go to the damage from this Bacchus. So Looney Tunes really struggling into this Bacchus. The Rama snipes come out. Oh my goodness! 12 HP! I saw a 12 HP on that, and Looney Tunes gets away with one there.
Whoa, and there's a kill. Ooh, a trade. I think Zexy Zealot went for the tower dive and did get the kill. Used the blink. Also got the beads from Scuzzy. That could be important. Now we see the supports battling it out with each other, but Apollo's back.
Oh, Apollo right back on the scene. Dunks a little bit short of Funballer, but doesn't need any more than that. And now Jinx is going down as well. Does have the leap over the wall, but Looney Tunes, so much damage, so much pressure. Gets the Mez. Shouldn't need much more than a couple of shots. And wow, who would have seen this coming? No. My goodness! Fallen Angels absolutely flying.
They absolutely deserve it for the way they're playing. They're playing with such confidence, but it doesn't feel like they're overzealous with that confidence. Everything they're doing is really calculated. It's really clean. They're coordinated. Even with that landfall there was brilliantly done. Petrify going to come out in this 2v2 and secure it, but Zexy Zealot's low. Going to want one out of there.
Yep, just ults out. Look, we just saw the first ultimate from Adora there, and did nothing. Unfortunately, this Nemesis just being outpaced by the Raven here, but not entirely their fault, mind you. They are the only member of their team not to die twice. And Eternal Vanguard just struggling everywhere right now. It seems like, Zach, you don't want to call it yet, but mentally, Fallen Angels just miles ahead.
Yeah, there's a long way back to try and get into this game, and the fact is, it could be a good trade,
what you need. Yeah, Looney Tunes nowhere to go, and actually the Astral Barrage will be enough. A 1v2 for Furballer, pulling it back to how they started this set. And definitely wants to go for this, but Buka Wizard actually dishing out big damage. Do they have the landfall? They do, but it is not on the mark there. Furballer, though, maybe a bit of a confidence boost there, but the confidence could not be lower for Physics. Oh, never mind. Twinkle Toes just had the confidence and spat out of them, I think. Reaper there off the mark with the acid spray, but gets enough damage from Zexy Zealot, and 2 low health members of Fallen Angels. Scuzzy as well. Look at the shots coming out from Reaper, having so much done on this Medusa. I can't express enough how much this Medusa is doing. A supportal combat in the left-hand side ends in a draw. My goodness, so much action.
Maybe that's the win condition. Your support trying to solo this Maui out 2 levels down. That's generally not going to work out too well for you. Amazingly, Eternal Vanguard's hopes really rest on Physics on this Cerberus trying to put on a show, just like Twinkletoes did on this pick in game number 2. It's going to be tough to do. It's an 0-3 Cerberus, but you could see the damage coming out of it. Nearly killed Twinkletoes in that engagement earlier on. That still needs to be looked out for, and the fact is, Adora is keeping up, hasn't died, as we mentioned, is even in levels at this stage of the game. Is Nemesis going to be able to have that impact? Well, she needs to, frankly, at this stage of the game. But Twinkletoes, here's the impact we're talking about.
Oh man, it just has so much escapability on the armor. You might not have the damage, but you certainly can survive any incoming damage. Zexy Zealot on the scene as well to react to any further aggression. Look at the health for Twinkletoes. Healed most of it back up, and actually not under a whole lot of threat. We are having a huge grouping over here. Scuzzy has made the rotation over. Reaper has already given up on this one, decided there's not a lot happening, and there really isn't. But Eternal Vanguard committed so much over here, they have to make something happen.
Yeah, that's a 4-person rotation to get that what on earth is going on? Zella actually gets caught out there with the ultimate. It's a weird scrap, and it seems to be favouring the Vanguard, and actually Furball has picked up a solo kill. Imagine thinking that we knew what was going to happen in this game, because every time we try and say or predict what's going to happen, something changes, and it's all gone wrong for us, Juda. I don't know what's going on anymore. Ult used by Reaper as well. This game has suddenly devolved into just weird scraps that aren't really favouring anyone.
Physics, no ultimate for Twinkletoes. Whoa, dishes out big damage back, but Physics does get a big pick onto Twinkletoes. Not big in the context of this game, but big in the context of the set. Scuzzy stays alive for just a moment. Oh, the landfall actually going to block off their teammate. Looney Tunes, though, rotates over and picks off Physics despite that one moment of glory, Zats. Shut down immediately. And Looney Tunes on this Apollo, trying to do exactly what they did in game number 3, but Furballer running it back to game number 1 and 2. I think Eternal Vanguard need to really rest on the success of this run.
Yeah, and that solo kill for Furballer came out of nowhere. Again, that's the second game, but switched around this time, that we've seen an ABC who's essentially behind, somehow winning a 1v1 and taking control of this lane against all the odds. We see fighting over this Bull Demon. I think Eternal Vanguard are going to get that. They have the numbers and they secure that objective. The last few fights they've had, they had a solo kill in Joe. We saw Physics actually getting a kill onto Twinkletoes with help from Adora, who is doing just fine on this Nemesis. It's kind of working out for them because it feels like they've taken away this sort of calm composure that the Fallen Angels had in all of these fights and actually made it super scrappy and super difficult. Ooh. Speaking of which, we've got a 1v1. Both beads have been used.
Both beads used, but the minions just helping out. Looney Tunes a bit too much. The snipes coming through, though. Needs one more. No, yes! Furballer gonna hit those. Now needs to get out of there because there is a big response coming from Fallen Angels. Reaper on the scene has the Petrify ready, but cannot use it. Good positioning from Furballer. Again, that's what we need to see for Eternal Vanguard to have any success. In fact, Zexy Zealot forced to ult and forced to go back to the base as well. Wow. Punished, yeah. Our Eternal Vanguard, our Fallen Angels by Eternal Vanguard, really starting to turn this one around. Gold lead really starting to shrink.
Just getting caught on their toes a bit here. I'm frankly baffled, and I think one thing that's worth pointing out is the award coverage for Eternal Vanguard is actually really good across the map at the moment. Certainly compared to the Fallen Angels, who don't have nearly that same vision, and it actually means that these rotations are working really well for them because they're not being found.
Twinkle Toes, I think, got the dash caught there and gets clotheslined by Physics. That is a very cheap pick for Twinkle Toes to give up. Certainly did not need to do that. Oh, Scuzzy has dashed right in front of Reaper and takes the full brunt of their damage. But Adora here to respond, dishing out good damage. Is it enough damage? Yes, just about. But Bugle Wizard is going to hit those right. He hits those. He does hit those. Gets the landfall, and it's a 2 for 2 overall. And here comes Looney Tunes. Just stop playing the theme songs, that's because he's going in at the Physics, but this time Physics much stronger, however, does not opt to take the fight.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's going to help you when you're already getting soloed by Furballer and you're already a level down. Now you're going to solo. I mean, I guess you're getting that wave, which is up for grabs, but you're committing quite a lot there, and you're not coming back to lane with near enough mana for you to stay there. So those ults have not paid dividends so far, but we've got a scrap over this beacon. I don't think Jinx is going to win it.
Yeah, definitely not going to win. It does get out. If the beacon was weight-based, then maybe, but no, it is possession-based, and unfortunately for Jinx, they shall also fall down. And now, the Gold Fury actually open for Fallen Angels here if they want to go for it. Now, they do have to be careful of Furballer with this Astral Barrage, and of course, Scuzzy raining fire over the walls, but they still have to make something happen. Furballer spots it, Adora on the scene as well. Twinkle Toes immediately onto the head of this Rama, really giving chase, but Furballer up to the sky. Oh, it's just been a bait, though. The Gold Fury has been dropped. This Rama will fall in just a moment, and Twinkle Toes will be the ones to pick it up. Meanwhile, Looney Tunes actually fallen on the right side, so both ADC players off the map, but still, Gold Fury looks to go the way of the Fallen Angels.
Yeah, and actually they're doing their best to try and zone, but that's going to be a tough job. And actually, Adora's got a good chance here.
Oh,
they get it! They get it!
Adora gets it, goes in perfectly, landfall off the mark, petrify too early, great belly flop. Adora surely will pay for this with their lives, but got that all-important objective. They did trade 2 lives for it, but stalling and actually keeping ahead in gold because of that play, so important for Eternal Vanguard.
And honestly, that's just a mistake from Fallen Angels, because they had the big ultimates to secure, and they didn't time them correctly. And that's actually the first time that we've seen the Fallen Angels suffer from that. That's the first time that they haven't pulled off that kind of combo. You know, that Petrify is normally a perfect secure. Speaking of which, they do get that Pyromancer, despite a back assault. But, yeah, a little bit surprising that the Fallen Angels didn't pull that off, because that's normally where they've been strongest, is around these objectives, securing really nicely and timing all their abilities to perfection. It wasn't quite on the money that time, and fair play to Eternal Vanguard and to Adora and to Scuzzy as well, who I think was in there.
Oh, here we go again.
They made the most of it.
Round number 10 on this side, and Looney Tunes is just getting beaten down by Furballer. No sense of fight there, and I don't know why Looney Tunes still persisting with these attempted 1v1s. You've got a couple of successes, but the score is like 8-2 in favor of Furballer.
I think that's putting it generously. Looney Tunes died a lot to Furballer in that game, number 1, and all the other games since. But yeah, Looney Tunes also knows that the team has their back, and they've been performing really well. This one is not as clean cut as we thought it would be, and I wondered, at some point if it was gonna be, they were 4-0 at some point on the scoreboard after 5 minutes or something, and I thought, well, perhaps this is going to be another game 3 with they were dominating, but it's used, but that's because Looney Tunes ulted on in as well.
Yeah, recognize the situation and the danger they were in, but there is backup
it's a bait.
Coming in. Scuzzy coming over. Looney Tunes going right back into the ground. Send that Apollo right back to the base. Now Bugle Wizard drops the landfall, but needs more than that. There's the Petrify. That is a little bit more coming out from Reaper. It should keep their support alive, who jumps in place and now might fall down to a couple of shots from Furballer. Chaos in the left-hand lane. Fallen Angels giving up a lot. There is still another rotation coming back in. Furballer wants out. Scuzzy wants to follow them, but Zexy Zealot is here. 2-on-2. Jungle and ADC. Sorry, jungle and the mids versus support and the mid. But still, this fight going to carry on. Scuzzy is out, though, so it's just Jinxed here.
an enormous petrify, and I think caught at least 2 Aegises, I believe. They're just the one by the look of it, but very well timed. Unfortunately, didn't get that damage off that you'd have liked, despite a triple stun from it. It was massive, but it came a little bit too late, because that's been the story of this game, is Eternal Vanguard. And maybe it's about wards or maybe it's something else, but actually they've been really on it with these big group rotations. It's like they've woken up and gone, well, hang on, we can't just let the Fallen Angels do what they've been doing. We need to respond, and they have responded really well by being proactive, by rotating as a team. Jig steals us away the purple buff to add insult to injury. But they've been rotating really well and fighting as a team and making it scrappy, making it difficult for the Fallen Angels. That it actually means that they've been able to farm much better in solo lane. Furballers had a bit more space to fight Looney Tunes. In fact, even when they haven't been given space, it's all been a bait for the team to come in and swoop up and clean up. They are playing, honestly, as well as I've seen them play Eternal Vanguard. It's still a long way to go, and it's essentially an even game. And you have the elephant in the room, or the dog, I should say, as Physics is rotating over level 17 Cerberus. This is as well as Physics has been prepared so far in terms of the early laning phase. Gets the beads from Reaper, and maybe that'll be enough to secure the Stygian Beacon as well.
Yeah, Fallen Angels don't look like they really want to give it up, but they aren't going to have to. They just don't have enough on the follow-up here. Adora drops the ult onto Bugle Wizard, who ults in response. That is a beacon going the way of Eternal Vanguard. All the while, Fallen Angels have got a double split push going, but they will only get the one tier 1 and possibly a tier 2 town. But the Gold Fury, started up by Eternal Vanguard. Zexy Zealot is here on the scene, but Physics should be enough to draw them away. Now, there is an Apollo ult coming in. Looney Tunes looks at the situation and decides they want in on the situation. Eternal Vanguard get the objective, but they might look to take some lives with it. Now Scuzzy in some danger, but already out is Looney Tunes, and Zexy Zealot eliminated from this team fight. Now Bugle Wizard the next target, but there is Twinkle Toes with a good flank on this armor, gets the stun onto Adora, but Verballer just firing off shots in the face of this armor, and here comes Scuzzy to burn through the rest of Fallen Angels. A deicide for Eternal Vanguard, and they keep all 5 alive. They're getting this Fire Giant.
Deicide, Gold Fury, they're going to go for Fire Giant now. Health bars are low, but they should be fine because no one is alive on the Fallen Angels to contest. Looney Tunes goes in for the steal. It was as good an attempt as you were going to get at that point, but the fact is they commit so much to that steal that Looney Tunes is always going to fall in that situation. Suddenly, you've lost one member already, whether you're defending or stealing or whatever, so you're always going to lose that fight after the fact. Twinkle Toes didn't have the teleport until about 5 seconds after that Gold Fury went down, so wasn't able to get into the fight until it was much too late. And then faced with level 19 Furballer, this Rama absolutely swinging, destroyed Twinkle Toes. And this game is completely turned on its head once again because they staggered that fight much too much. Zexy Zealot wasn't able to get off any meaningful damage. Reaper was focused from the early get-go. That was really important for them to win that fight. Real signs of life for Eternal Vanguard. Saying that in a game 4 when they've got a pretty solid lead and they've now taken Fire Giant, but we know how crazy these sets can be. We know what the Fallen Angels are capable of, and we know that Eternal Vanguard, they need to keep this pressure up. They need to stay grouped because as a group, they really can't lose any of these fights right now.
Definitely not, but I do think having the momentum in this game, which, like we said, is match point for Fallen Angels, could be so good for them. They just need to get a couple of wins over the line, and all of a sudden, we find ourselves 2-2 in this game, and it certainly didn't feel like that was even possible. Now, we've got an interesting situation here, Zach, where Fallen Angels are split pushing on the left and right, but Eternal Vanguard just kicking down the mid lane door. Instead, they know that they've got a numbers advantage here, so they're going to go for it. Teleport comes back, landing Nightfall already out. The mid lane Phoenix has gone down, but the fight afterward more important. Zexy Zealot on the back line, double stun from Twinkle Toes, but Zexy Zealot caught by that Stygian Torment. Now Adora being chased away, but gets out alive. Twinkle Toes does not have enough. Looney Tunes going for this left Phoenix and should get it. It's going to be a little bit close, but the fight in mid lane may be a lot more important. Looney Tunes gives this up for now because Twinkle Toes is down. Bugle Wizard in some danger as well. This could be the game if Fallen Angels aren't careful. 4 members down. Sorry, 3 members down, but 5 members of Eternal Vanguard in. And Looney Tunes is coming back to the base. That's the here to defend.
Yeah, and they have to. It's a 5v2. This is going to be really tough. There are 2 tier 2 towers still available, so it's going to be a tanky-ish Titan. But they need to do something now.
Looney Tunes lurking in the sky, commits down from the sky, but Reaper already down. Looney Tunes swiped down as well. Wow. That is it. Eternal Vanguard gonna go for the end. Zexy Zealot does what they can, but they can do nothing. It's game number 5 on the way.
I cannot believe what I've just seen, Jesus. I thought I knew what was going to happen. I was almost confident that I knew how this game was going to go.
You knew nothing.
And somehow they turn it around from what was an awful position. They were 4-0 down after 5 minutes, and they were really struggling. And I honestly don't know how they did that, but actually what they did really well was they started playing as a team, and they actually. Yeah. They diverted attention away from solo. They started rotating en masse to everything, and it just kind of worked. Because in a team game, if you fight as a team, you win as a team, and it's worked really well for them. And Fallen Angels, they were a completely different team to what we saw in pretty much all their previous games. They weren't grouped up as much. They'd obviously gone for this comp that tries to split up the map a little bit more. But the fact is, Twinkle Toes didn't have any impact at all. Looney Tunes really struggled, obviously in that 1v1, and wasn't even able to split push to full effectiveness. Zexy Zealot and Bugle Wizard had good games, but a real struggle when the rest of your team just can't keep up with the pace of the game. So we go to game 5.
We do go to game 5. Who would have thought 3 hours ago, Zets, we did not know what we were going to get, but we know now that it will be a 5-game set, and what a set it has been. If we could make this one a draw, I'm sure that we would, but we can't. We will have to find out who will be your victors overall. Will it be Fallen Angels, the number 3 seed, the underdogs, or will it be Eternal Vanguard, who fell early but have now pulled us right back? We're going for a quick break, everybody, but then we'll be back for this huge Game 5. It all comes down to this game number 5 of the Kraken Smite League final season, Deep Sea Division Grand Finals. It could not have come closer than this. We have Eternal Vanguard with Game 1 and Game 4 in the pocket. We have Fallen Angels with Game 2 and Game 3 in the pocket. There is no pattern, no rhyme or reason, no sequence to the events that we are about to see. But what we do know, Zets, is that we will be crowning our Deep Sea champion at the end of this game.
And imagine thinking after that first game, there's no way this goes to 5. But it's the right way to cap it off, I think. Eternal Vanguard have clearly had their struggles, but to give them great credit to go from losing the Game 2 and Game 3 to come back with that response, having been down in Game number 4, they deserve enormous credit for that, because no one would have really given them a shot, a hope of getting anything from that set, let alone taking it to game number 5. But they've done it, they're here, and now everything else needs to go out the window. Take it back down to, this is a best of one, this is winner takes all. Don't worry about anything that has happened. Now is your time to say, well, this is what we want to do. We're going to take the game by the scruff of the neck, and we're gonna go out and win. And I can't wait to see who takes it. I couldn't call either way how this final game is going to go. And hey, we get to see Shaq for the first time.
We're going to see Shaq for the very first time this set. We will not see Nuwa, has been banned out for the entire set, every single game. However, Zat, I would like to draw your attention to the fact that game number 1, 56 minutes. Game number 2, 32 minutes. Game number 3, 22 minutes. And game number 4, 21 minutes. The games don't get much shorter than 21, so there's only one way we are going to go. Now, with the Chuck picked up, very early game-centric God, so expecting some solo pressure from Fallen Angels, but Lancelot similarly so. But with the way that these games have been going, with the way that these teams have been fighting constantly, and let's be honest, unruly in the way that some of these games have gotten when they've gotten late, do you expect this one to be a fast game, or are we expecting a much more controlled matchup between these two teams?
Every time I've said it's going to be a controlled match, it's not happening. So I'm not saying it now. I think both teams will go full 100% W key, as they should in this final game. I actually really like what we're seeing so far on the drafts from both teams. Fallen Angels, I think, they banned out the Anha. They're never letting that through again. To Furballer, quite rightly. And Rama is the other pick that Furballer has looked phenomenal on. And I feel Fallen Angels probably had to take this pick, but I actually really, really like it. You take away that snipe potential and you get it for yourself. I think that's really good. Agni, sure. Agni looked decent, but I think getting Tiamat back for Eternal Vanguard is a little bit of a concern.
Yeah, I think Scuzzy has done so well on that pick. I think, even in the games that they lost, it looked so good still. So definitely worthwhile to pick that Tiamat back up. But it's a Hu Yi coming out from Eternal Vanguard. Now, Hu Yi, one of the kings of the 1v1. And I'm already calling it. I think we're going to see Furballer get a solo kill 6 times in this game, at least. At least 6. Like if we could throw up a timer, we absolutely would. But Sobek and Daji, certainly a combination of gods that Hu Yi does not want to deal with. It's just one of those gods that, when you're playing Hu Yi and you're on the front foot, everything feels great. But when you have to play defensively, so all of a sudden all of your strengths go away.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. Hu Yi obviously can dominate a lane if allowed to. You've got to watch those ricochets, lots of early base damage coming out, and then you transition into a late game hunter build. But Hu Yi isn't particularly good at that. Hu Yi doesn't have a self-stim as such. I kind of think Hu Yi sucks, but I also know that this could be a pretty dominant lane, and you certainly fancy Furballer in this matchup. We're delving incredibly deep, you could say, into the abyss of these people's god pools. Yeah, I know it's the wrong division, but it's still a pun. Provocating it. But we're seeing Hui Sobek has come from nowhere.
Yeah,
sure. Darji, I don't really understand. You struggle to pull really anyone on this comp unless you're looking to focus out this Bacchus early, which could be a strat with Darji and Sobek. I think that's a fair idea. And then you've got Odin on the other side, which does well into, obviously you're able to trap Agni and you're able to trap Rama, but Odin solo is really low pressure. The clear is awful. You have barely any fight potential, very little kill potential, and you're also not making use of that Odin cage until you actually rotate into team fights, and that's not potentially till level 10, level 15, depending on the game start. So I'd almost like to see Odin go jungle and Lancelot go solo.
Yeah.
I think that would be better for Eternal Vanguard. I doubt we're going to see that, but I'm just not sold on this Eternal Vanguard draft at all, really. But then I don't really like Fallen Angels either, so I guess we'll see whoever gets a better comfort pick and can flex on their god. I guess we'll do better, I guess.
Like you said, Zets, we are delving into the deep sea of the god pools right now, and that's when the drafts just get a bit horrible to look at. But let's see who comes out on top as we head into the final game of this grand finals matchup. It is Zets Physics on the Odin in the solo lane with the Lancelot in the jungle. So not the way you would have liked to see that. But one pick I am interested in is Zexy Zealot on this Daji. You've said they have to almost focus at this Bacchus early, but where else could they find their success if not on the support?
The problem is, right, you can't pull Lance on the horse. You can't. Tiamat has CC immunity. Furballer can hop into the sky and for quite a long time. Now, as long as you time that jump properly, you shouldn't generally get caught by the Daji ult, by the power line. So I guess you could look at solo lane, and certainly Odin could be a good target for that. I just don't really know why they picked it. I mean, the other thing you would say is it's a good late game jungler with big burst and one-shot potential, and then you jump up onto the power layer to keep yourself safe, to get your cooldowns back. That's kind of what you transition to into the late game. It's not about pulling people on the power layer, so I don't mind it in that regard, but you've got to get there. Now, you've got a Shaq who's very high pressure and will win that lane. Agni will do fine. Sobek Rama is pretty solid. Maybe not so much kill potential. There's a Bacchus Huyi, but I think you're going to struggle a little bit to get to those later stages for the Fallen Angels, and I think, unfortunately, they do need to, but then they'll also be matched pretty well by Eternal Vanguard.
Yeah, such an interesting matchup here, because like you said, certain players on these two teams want to get to late, and certain others maybe want to get this one done quickly, but they're all jumbled up between these two teams. You'd expect Scuzzy on this Tiamat wants to hit that late game, but Furballer wants to get this done quick with the Huyi. So definitely tons of interesting matchups here. We are quite a ways into this game without a first blood, but Physics might have been the first one. Hold on. Adora might have just turned this onto Twinkle Toes, gets on the horse, gets the root with the horse, and Physics
there it is.
with the first blood onto Twinkle Toes. The first time we've seen it, and this could be the most important.
And that is what we needed. That's what we needed from Adora. That's not something we've seen at all in this set, but actually you're helping out your Odin, who desperately needs it. You're getting that early gank. You're shutting down the Shaq, Twinkle Toes, who at times has looked so dominant on these more early game picks in that solo lane. That's so crucial, and that could really set the tone this entire game for Eternal Vanguard.
Yeah, certainly could continue to trend that way, right? If, Fallen Angels aren't careful, Twinkle Toes, Chalk is a pretty safe guard in the solo lane, but more safe when you've got that ultimate available. And until then, you're still reliant on exactly where you've placed that Thunderstrike. How far can you torrent? But similarly so, when Physics gets level 5, as they've just gotten now, and you have that Ring of Spears, Chuck's safety goes out the window a little bit, so I'd expect to see Adora back here, well, much sooner rather than later.
I hope so, especially with that teleport being down. That's something you can take to your advantage as a jungler, because, you know, solo laners do a lot of the time go this teleport. You get that early gank, they have to teleport back in, and probably not at the time they were hoping for. You know, they're maybe a few hundred gold shorter than they'd like to be. And that means, whoa, big damage onto Furballer.
Explosion in the left lane, Furball already out, and the junglers are making the rotation of all the snipes onto Jinx, then the kill onto Jinx. Adora might be in trouble as well. That is a CC Immune ultimate, though, so they will be safe from the power. But again, just like we saw in Game 4, hopefully not a bad omen for Fallen Angels, but 2 kills in the duo lane going to the Fallen Angels duo.
Yeah, and that's what that Rama could do, and that's why it's been taken away from Furballer. It was a really crucial pick, I think, to do that in the picks and hands, and I'm really glad to see they did it. And it proves its worth there. You know, you think it's under pressure, you hit all 3 snipes, Sobek secures the kill, and then Daji comes over as well. It's actually both for Sobek, which is maybe not ideal, but, you know, it's nice to have a Fed support for once. And you know, having a 2-level lead over Jinx on this Bacchus, and you know, Bacchus is someone who probably does need to be ahead a little bit more, likes to be the tankiest guy on the team and able to run at people. If you're behind, it's not so easy to do that. So it's looking good for them in that duo lane. Obviously, you want to go a bit later if you're Looney Tunes, but this is a really nice way to do it. And I, as I said, I do think that this Bacchus and this Hu Yi do really struggle when they're behind, and that's something that I'd look to be exploiting, as, to be fair, Sexy Zealot has done.
Now, we have seen when the dual lane goes to 1v1 time, Furballer tends to just skyrocket away, but right now, there's a 4 versus 4 grouping on this right-hand side over this Bull Demon, and a lot of damage being dealt the way of Fallen Angels, and in fact, Twinkletoes goes in first, drops the big circles, but now the Ring of Cage comes down, and that's Twinkletoes locked in, taking a huge chunk of damage, trying to find the kill, and yes, Adora shall get the first one. Can they get out alive? Have to jump off the horse and cannot get out. It's a killing spree for Bugle Wizard. Now 3 kills for their team, all onto the Sobek, but a 1-for-1 over this Bull Demon.
Yeah, 1-for-1, but the Shack falls again, and that feels crucial to me. I don't think Adora will be too unhappy with that at all. Getting another kill to Shack, and there it is. There's the solo kill. We won't talk about that, but Physics could get pulled here, but the power now is off the mark, unfortunately. We'll have to settle for the blue buff instead.
Physics really wants to get that blue buff, but that is a big, dangerous corner to walk around there, as Jinx is finding, as they do get plucked by Bugle Wizard. And there's a fight for Fallen Angels here if they want it. Goes in with his Tricks of Spirit, does Zexy Zealot. However, back on the scene is Adora lurking around for this. Nobody knows whether they want to retreat or go in, so Twinkletoes goes in. Physics now has to retreat, and a lot of fighting over nothing. Still, both these teams clearly on edge.
Yeah, and no one's going to end up taking the Bull Demon, which presumably was what that was all about. You know, there were blue buff raids and the like, and in the end, I think just the 1-for-1. Yeah, the Shack's fallen twice. That is crucial to me. You know, it's keeping this Odin relevant. The other thing that we mentioned about this Odin in the solo lane is you're not utilizing that cage, that ring spears early on. But actually, if you take the fight like they have been to solo lane, then they're gonna be much more effective. We saw how useful that Odin ultimate was in that last fight. So that's something really interesting that they are playing around, and credit to them for doing that, because that's not something everyone would think to do, you know, play around this Odin in the early game, but it's working for them because they're rotating everyone with them to make the most of that Odin cage. Because if it's just Odin cage and a jungler, maybe that doesn't happen, but everyone turned up for it, all 4 members, excluding ADCs. That's what makes it useful to fight around that Odin.
Yeah, if you were to pick an MVP... Oh, fantastic from Furball there. Just gonna laugh at him there as he walks away. If you were to pick an MVP for Fallen Angels, you'd be hard-pressed to pick anyone other than Twinkletoes. You might consider Reaper, but Twinkletoes has done so well. And Furball not going to have as much fun this time. Does get the dive bomb. Oh, right as the Zexy Zealot comes in. But the snipes, just the circles all over the floor. And Furball cannot dodge that many. Eventually falls to the Powwow. And, well, that's what you need to do. If you need to help Looney Tunes here, you've got to get some picks onto Furball.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is what can happen to a Hu Yi. no CC immunity. The jump is very predictable, and you can very easily follow it once you've baited it out. And then Hui really has nothing left. Hui can't exactly box someone or fight them particularly well unless you're in the jungle in a narrow corridor and you get a big ricochet. But really you're relying more on luck than judgment to try and make that work. So I like that they're punishing Furballer for taking this pick because, like I said, I think Hui sucks. And they perhaps think so too, and they are making the most of its weaknesses, and they're exploiting that, and that's not something we always see when you have these niche picks and these best of fives. It goes down to the wire, and you see things that you're not used to. You maybe don't know how to deal with that, but actually, Fallen Angels are dealing with it as they should. They're keeping things level in that ADC, not so level elsewhere, but that's fine. We're 8 minutes in. Gold is essentially even. Nothing to choose between them. So make sure your ADC is comfortable, and that's what they're doing.
Rama, like we've said, will scale just that bit better into the late game over this Hui. So definitely one that you want to keep stable, right? We did see Looney Tunes fall down in that 1v1 like we would have expected, right? And I'm sure Fallen Angels had prepared for that. They should have expected that this is something that could potentially happen. Bugle Wizard trying to put some pressure onto this purple buff might feel the pressure will come back their way instead, but Furballer will be able to secure their own purple. But with that, with that ultimate being downsets, it does negate a lot of the pressure Eternal Vanguard were looking for at this Gold Fury. Adora, under some pressure, has to use that Grand Jest out. The parallel will come through. Will get a pull. He jumped off the horse and paid the price for it. Zexy Zealot doing what needs to be done there. Gold Fury open for Fallen Angels.
Double change, double parallel, double pull. And that should just never happen. I mean, maybe Adora knows something we don't, and maybe you do get pulled off that horse, but you'll see immune as far as I know. So use the jump much too early, ends up getting pulled because the chain had already connected, and then gets the chain onto the support as well. Really, really nicely done, I have to say. And that really came from nowhere. Just a little bit of aggression from Zexy Zealot, and also Jinxed kind of using the belly flop egregiously. Just a bit of a sloppy moment, and to be fair, very well capitalized by the Fallen Angels.
Yeah, Zexy Zealot there, I'm not sure if that's the intention when you go for a parallel. Oh yeah, I'm just going to pull two people, we're going to kill them. But you have to take those chances, right? And, if I was playing that Daji, I might have just gone, oh yeah, his Lancelot, he's on the horse, he's out. But no, still hitting the chain, still waiting for that pull. And, sometimes you just have to roll the dice. And speaking of rolling the dice, Looney Tunes has done so many times into Furballer, but has come up empty plenty. Now, still, this 1v1 will continue, but only for a moment, because Bugle Wizard is on the way in. But is that enough to tip this in favor of Looney Tunes? Gets the stun with the ricochet there, drops the beads, this Furballer, the dive bomb in, but it's not enough, but that will be enough, and that will be the kill that Furballer was looking for. However, there's a big fight over the Bull Demon going over here. Furballer will fall to Bugle Wizard, but Twinkle Toes similarly so will fall right after. There is Reaper and Zexy Zealot though, cleaning up a return kill. Leaping in is Physics, getting the kill is Physics, and Reaper just has to march back under the tower. Nice dodge on the Gungnir Spirit there, but wow, a complete eruption of combat, which Eternal Vanguard overall come out ahead on.
And guess what, Eternal Vanguard, they're fighting around their Odin, and it's working for them. It was another massive Odin cage around that building. We caught 4 people in, and whether you can argue whether there was follow-up for it or not, but actually it baited and bought enough time for the team to rotate in. They fought around it, and they got some good picks on it. It's really nicely played once again. They're slightly down, Eternal Vanguard, but really there's not much difference between them, and that's probably more down to ADC level. Hui's a little bit behind despite getting that good kill onto Looney Tunes, and that's been the theme of this set is how well Furballer has played in the 1v1, but it's still a Hui, and Bugle Wizard was able to finish that kill as well. Raven Ward fly over, and a bit of a skirmish over this central objective, and no one seems that bothered by it, actually.
Although I tell you who's bothered by it, Jinxed and Bugle Wizard. This is a support objective, and these two guys do not want to pass this up. Everyone else, though, could not care less over this. In fact, Adora and Zexy Zealot having a 1v1 of their own in the jungle. Now, the Powwow comes out, will do decent damage, does drop the Grand Joust, and actually Scuzzy over the wall will dish out the damage onto Zexy Zealot and gets that pick. There was the Astral Barrage coming out from Looney Tunes, caught by the Ricochet stun. Here we go, the support's still going on this point, and now the rest of the teams are here, but Bugle Wizard forced into the ultimate, gets away under the water. Looney Tunes with one shot from Furballer, that's enough. A dive bomb in from Furballer, that's enough for a double, and the beacon will go the way of Eternal Vanguard.
Yeah, I guess the beacon is the end goal of all that, but it didn't look like a bad 1v1 for Zexy Zealot, did it? It looked like they were maybe going to win out on that one, but actually, I think should have fired the Powwow and then cancelled it early to try and catch Adora out and get that pull. A nice stun and a cage!
Big wall!
The Reaper's
Huge cage. Oh, Reaper sure to fall, and yes, does go down. Twinkle Toes is here, and actually wants to get in onto Scuzzy. He's done this all set long, but now might be punished for it. Great use of the CC immunity there. Just gets Scuzzy way out of danger, as if you needed the 3 teammates to back you up. But Eternal Vanguard, huge couple of minutes for them.
Yeah, massive. Again, they're fighting around the Odin. Odin is making all the plays happen because of these cages.
Yeah.
Scuzzy is slowly farming up and very happy to partake in these kills. 205, level 15. That's a big advantage for Scuzzy. Also, the fact that they're stacking up once again. Interesting to note that Scuzzy in game number 1 went into this Breastplate of Valor in this item slot. And then after that went for the Chronos Pendant in game number 2 instead of the Breastplate of Valor, and the performance was not as strong, actually struggled on the dive a little bit more. Looks like going back to that Breastplate of Valor, and I think that's a really good idea, especially with this high mana build. It just makes perfect sense, really. Lots of CDR, and it's going to make Scuzzy a bit of a raid boss, really, at this stage of the game. They're going to be tough to take down. Do they have any such damage to get through the prots that Scuzzy has? No, they don't really at this stage of the game. You're kind of relying on Looney Tunes to get enough damage onto Scuzzy, and that's not really happening at this stage of the game. So that needs to be dealt with at some point. It's not panic stations yet for Fallen Angels, certainly. They're still very much in this game. There's not much to separate them. It's more levels than anything. You've got a level down in solo. You're actually a level up in jungle. But everywhere else, you're a little bit behind. Although, fair play to Looney Tunes, keeping up with Furballer. But I think that's because he has been picked quite a few times.
Yeah, it certainly has fallen, but seems to have made it their mission to dive onto Looney Tunes and just prevent this Rama from really doing what you want. Rama does do a ton of damage, but you do need a bit of time to get that damage off, So I think, like you said, Scuzzy is basically invulnerable to everyone except Looney Tunes. But if Looney Tunes is trying to focus Scuzzy and there's a Furballer diving on you, stunning you, dropping those suns on your forehead, it's certainly going to be much more difficult. And this is exactly the situation Furballer wants. However, Looney Tunes, happy to see Zexy Zealot on the way. Furballer knows this is coming, but can't do a whole lot about it. Drops the Aegis early. The Powwow comes out. Just wants to take the 1v1 and is winning the 1v1. All the while, dive bombs in, gets the Aegis, gets the beast. And here comes Adora. And look, physics on the scene as well, if you can believe it. Zexy Zealot will fall next. Twinkle Toes locked out by the cage, but cares not for it. Looney Tunes trying to dish out their damage, but gets swept away by Adora. Now Twinkle Toes alone. 3 enemies surrounds them, but you're a Chuck. You can still stand in this fight. Bugle Wizard on the scene, giving chase to Adora with the horrific, getting the kill onto Adora. Does Twinkle Toes. Now it's the solos and the supports. The fight that would last an age. And both teams decide, not worth it. We're backing out.
Wow, the support's rolling on in just that little bit late. And actually, did Bugle Wizard get the kill? May well have done onto Adora. There's 404, this Sobek. You just knew that Furballer was going to take that fight, even at a numbers disadvantage. Knew the help was on the way, to be fair. And Adora did make that good rotation, as you'd expect. But that Hui's just a little bit too scary. If you can fight through those auto attacks, great use of the beats, so you can basically ignore what Daji's trying to do and keep 1v1ing Looney Tunes, which is what Furball has been excellent at for this entire set. That meant that it was always going to be in your favor. And then you've also bought enough time, and Zealot doesn't quite have the items or the damage online quite yet to really threaten Furballer, especially not through this lifesteal that Furballer has. Dashi doesn't really have the damage or the anti-heal to get through that at this stage of the game. And, she's got Pen online, but that's not so effective into a full damage squishy. So that's a tough trade to take, and it didn't help that Looney Tunes didn't get the ultimate off, wasn't able to trade as effectively with Furballer. But in the end, they do get that pick. It ends up being an even trade, so you'd have to say that does favour Fallen Angels slightly, since they're the team behind.
Yeah, the team behind and the team that most likely want this game to go a little bit later. But Adora and Zexy Zealot brawl it out again. The Astral Barrage comes through, combined with the Barrage from the Power, but off the mark are both. This Beacon back up for Bugle Wizard and Jinx to fight over, and there's a lot of scrapping here. The front line for Eternal Vanguard takes a lot of damage early, but the front line for Fallen Angels getting a ton of damage off onto Adora. There's the cage onto 2, but it's just the front line. The Suns shall rain down onto Zexy Zealot. The Beacon goes the way of Bugle Wizard this time around, and a lot of space created. They might even look at this Pyromancer.
Yeah, a lot of space created specifically by the Sobek, who, with that lurk in the waters, the prots that you have, it is actually proving to be a real thorn in the side of Eternal Vanguard. Despite the fact that they're obviously, they have the momentum, but they really struggled there to get through any of the tough layers of frontline that Fallen Angels have. And this Shack struggled a bit in the laning phase, ganked a lot. This Odin is clearly having a good time of it, much better than any of the previous games of physics. But actually, the Shack is still very much online, has gladiators and shifters, has mitigations as well, and is going into the Predwin to get that CDR. This Shack is going to be a problem because that ult is always relevant, and the damage is going to be much more relevant than an Odin in the late game as well. So, while they are able to fight around this Shack and this Sobek, it nullifies what Tiamat and what Hui combined with an Odin are actually able to do, because you can't quite get to the backline to that same extent when you have to get through the Sobek and the Shack.
Yeah, definitely been difficult, for Eternal Vanguard these last few minutes, especially for Furballer on this Hui. Definitely not getting a lot of time and space to work with, sort of been popping in and out where they can onto Looney Tunes, but other than that, we haven't seen a whole lot, despite them being second in the player damage charts. By the way, leading the way, Physics, having the best game they've had this set. If you're gonna have a good game, Zats, it might as well be game number 5. Nobody will remember the rest of the games. They'll only care about what happened here. Now, Looney Tunes forced to the sky and surely forced into the grave as well. Now, a lot has been expended onto Looney Tunes already. Tons of ults go flying, and Looney Tunes still dishing out the damage all the while. My goodness, every ult in the game just blasted into this Rama. Unfortunately for Fallen Angels, there's nothing they can do to punish it.
Yeah, it seems a bit harsh to put that much onto Looney Tunes when Furballer has actually been dealing with Looney Tunes no problem. But they decide to commit 4 people and 4 ultimates, as you said, over to getting that kill. Not going to get much in response, though, but actually Adora could get picked. But
a lot of damage. Coming up here is the lurk in the waters from the Sobek, but it's not quite enough. Zexy Zealot has enough. It'll be a trade 1-for-1, but hold on. There's Daji way out of position, and Scuzzy shall punish them for that. Now, this Gold Fury is exposed if Eternal Vanguard look to go for it, and they shall. Not a lot Fallen Angels can do about this.
And that comes from aggression from Fallen Angels into the enemy jungle, and I'm not really sure why they choose to do it now. Odin has come over with the teleport. Probably not needed, but makes it happen anyway. This Gold Fury is going to go down uncontested, extending the lead for Eternal Vanguard, which they haven't really been able to do over these last 10 minutes or so. Yeah, we're already 22 minutes in. So we're taking longer than the previous game. And it could be another slobber knocker of a game if we're not careful, Judas. But it does feel nicely poised at this stage. But I think still that the biggest problem for me is that this Hui is becoming less and less relevant if this Rama is given enough space, which I think we've seen glimpses of what they've been able to do. Then this Rama is going to be way more effective than the Hui. I think. I think Bacchus is falling off more and more, and the Sobek is looking better and better. I've been really impressed with Bugle Wizard on this pick specifically. It's actually looked really good. Now we've got another jungle 1v1, and it's generally favoured Zexy Zealot, but not massively. Does get the pull, though.
Yeah, he gets the pull onto Adora. Might have enough damage for Adora. Dashes in aggressively, but does manage to make it out alive. Who shall not be able to say for Zexy Zealot. Big pick there, and that's what the jungle 1v1 has tended to net. Zexy Zealot losing out overall, despite tending to win the direct matchup.
Yeah, and needs to be more aware, actually, that, again, Eternal Vanguard have all the vision around the map at the moment. They've got all the red wards out. And every time that's happened, good damage coming out from Looney Tunes. There's the space we were talking about. Melted away. Not sure you can do the same to that Odin, but yeah, every time that's happened, this Dagiel has been used and then got nothing, or even if they've got a pull, ended up leaving Zexy Zealot way out of position and falling in the enemy jungle. That pick now onto Jinx will also open the door for this Pyromancer, but there is Eternal Vanguard possibly on the scene.
Yeah, they're around for this. Actually drops the Odin cage on, and look at the damage on the Looney Tunes, who does get out by virtue of the sky, but will they be able to escape from that? Oh, never mind. Wow. Physics shuts that one down, and there's an angle from Adora onto Reaper, drops both relics. Scuzzy similarly so in big danger. Reaper dashes in, seals the fate of this Tiamat, but should go down themselves, and yes, the Grand Joust shall secure it. Physics gets the kill. Rampage for Physics, and here comes Furballer onto Bugle Wizard. Behind them, though, is Zexy Zealot. What a shot! But now they pay the price as Twinkle Toes gets on top of them. Adora and Physics here. Jungle v Solo. Here we go. From both sides, the beacon is up. Odin dishing up big damage to Trickster Spirit in. Twinkle Toes teleports away, and Zealot will go down. Twinkle Toes, though, we know they still want to aggress, but they cannot aggress anymore. What a brawl in the middle lane.
Massive fight for both teams. In the end, it favours Eternal Vanguard massively. It's a 4-for-2, so you lose a couple of members, but I tell you what, doesn't this Odin look phenomenal? I have to say. Huh? We mentioned that it was a later game solo laner. Might struggle in that early laning phase. They did very well to nullify that with good early ganks from Adora, and they recognise that that's where they need to focus. That laning phase is past, and this Odin has got through it ahead. Now got that Bluestone Brooch online, has plenty of damage in this build, shredding procs with the Stone of Binding. You've got the Pridwin explosion damage, you've got Mystical Mail, you've got lots of CDR, full CDR. This Odin is a real threat. The problem is it's got to that stage of the game just that little bit too early if you're Fallen Angels. In an ideal world, your game plan would have been, well, we don't let Odin get to this point, but it's too late now, and they don't really have the tools to deal with it. They're relying on giving Looney Tunes, as we mentioned, enough space to be able to swing away on this Odin. And frankly, Odin's got 40% CDR, shields and jumps and stuns all the time are available to them. And that makes it so difficult to even get any kind of lockdown on this character.
Only Fury started up Bugle Wizard here. We know what Sobek can do in this position, and the Fallen Angels are going to walk up and sweep it away, but Twinkle Toes actually wants a bit more. Reaper deleted on the backside there, and Odin Cage wasted. Now Looney Tunes, here to fire off. Scuzzy's their main target. They have to retreat with the Aegis, but here comes Adora. Great flank on the Ramen, blows them up. The kills flying backwards and forwards. Furballer deep in the backline. Zexy Zealot on top of them. Good damage with the Ricochet. Firing back is the Rama. But Bugle Wizard can only take them out. Again, just the front line for Fallen Angels, but the front line that continues to fight. There's Physics. That's Odin, just deals out so much damage and is completely unkillable. Adora, the only real damage dealer left on the scene, can't provide it onto Bugle Wizard. Twinkle Toes wants to take them out. It is just the front line here, guys, but everyone's still pumping out the damage. My goodness, the brawl continues on, but Sats, I'll let you take this one.
3 for 2 so far. I think Twinkletoes probably going to have to give up that chase. Physics not able to get the kill onto Bugle Wizard either, who did get back to base. Reaper's already respawned, by the way. That's how long that fight was extended, by the tanks just slapping each other at the end. But a very, very hectic 5v5 fight where everyone was kind of stacked on top of each other. That's definitely going to favour the Eternal Vanguard. You know, they want to be fighting in these enclosed spaces. They've got the Odin Cage to do that. Hui did a lot there. Hui got some ricochets off. Hui's Odysseus bow did a ton of damage in that fight. There were lots of those bolts going around. And then Scuzzy, while Scuzzy initially engaged perhaps a little bit too aggressively onto Looney Tunes, and then Zexy Zealot managed to get that kill on the back end. Scuzzy still did a ton of damage and kind of diverted attention, but Twinkletoes, super tanky with that.
Look at that. Huge shield and just didn't take any health damage. All shield damage. Oh, Physics. Great blink onto Reaper. Gets the cage, gets the Aegis, and surely gets the life as well. And yes, they shall. Now the fight carries on as leaping forward is Physics onto Looney Tunes, but Twinkletoes taking a ton of damage. Bugle Wizard taking a ton of damage. The front line struggling for Fallen Angels here. The parallel comes out from Zexy Zealot. Ignored, though, by the rest of Eternal Vanguard, but brought enough space to get out safely. It is just Reaper who falls, and a lot committed there from Eternal Vanguard, but they still want to pull this Fire Giant.
Yeah, actually really surprised that there was only the one kill in the end. But here we go. Let's see how tanky Physics really is fighting into 3 people. No, it turns out gets burned down, and that Fire Giant pull is now over.
Yeah, that's a shutdown. Scuzzy leaping in. Really wants Bugle Wizard, and she'll get Bugle Wizard. Double knockup from Jinx. Zexy Zealot gives chase. Furball protecting their fellow backliner. Jumping on deep is Scuzzy with a double kill. Now we see Twinkletoes trying to chase out Adora, who can keep themselves safe. This Chalk has been so close, yet so far at all opportunities, and now might find themselves the target of the aggression. Furballer jumping on in, gets the CC. Scuzzy is there as well. And Twinkletoes cannot live through all the damage. Looney Tunes, no mana, but has the shots onto Furballer, gets the angle in, and keeps going. The Odysseus bow procs down both backliners. Reaper back alive. Wow!
Wow, I can't believe that. The Looney Tunes even took that fight. I mean, of course Looney Tunes took that fight. Looney Tunes has taken every single fight this set with no mana, uses the beads, to be fair, through that back of CC, and just keeps autoing, because that's what you've built. That's what you do. If you hit autos, you will kill people. Ends up getting 2 kills onto both backliners. A little bit of help from Odysseus bow that I never thought I'd talk about Oboe so much this game. It's had so much value specifically, and it actually really saved that fight, because yes, they were able to kill Physics very, very quickly, but after that, Scuzzy just didn't die for so long. Despite jumping in, they had to use so much to try and kill what is a very tanky tier map, because of course when you use that jump in into that ground slug, you're getting procs from it. But we've got another big fight around this Gold Fury.
Oh, Adora gets pulled in, but the cage is still pretty good. Zexy Zealot taking a lot of damage, and now will begin to retreat, but Fallen Angels do get the Primal Fury through all of that, and this game dead even, Zat. Even 30 minutes in, nary a sniff of the Fire Giant, which is already enhanced. What a way to end this phenomenal set.
Absolutely fitting. Nothing to call, nothing between these two teams who, at times they look to have outmatched each other, but this time it feels like they really are on par with each other, and that's really fitting. Great to see as well. Standout performances from almost every player this game. No one's having a bad game in a way. What I'm looking to see now is I think, wow, stuff like that. Can you get a single pick before the fight even starts using that Sobek pluck? That's kind of what they're looking for now. They have the damage and the lockdown to just take out a frontliner before the fight even begins. That'll give them the numbers advantage, and that'll give them advantage over this next enhanced Fire Giant, for example. That's what they need to be looking for, and that's what Eternal Vanguard need to look out and be aware of, because, and that's all going to be about getting the right vision out, making sure you don't step out of line anywhere, because again, it feels like we're at this stage of the game where one misstep can cost you so much.
Yeah, definitely one pick going the way of just one team could be disastrous, but we've barely seen that this set. The Pyromancer does get stolen by Eternal Vanguard Physics with a great cage onto Looney Tunes. The shell is enough to keep them safe for the time being. The junglers 1v1 yet again in the mid lane, but they have a lot firing around them as well. The Paolo comes up, Adora has to use the beads. There's the ult coming out from Furball, and that gets the kill onto Zexy Zella. Twinkle Toes, though, making a lot of space. Furball are forced to use the dive bomb. Bugle Wizard keeps them locked still. Physics just gets out alive, and Adora will sweep up the prize. Now we do see Twinkle Toes isolated at the top, so Eternal Vanguard get another kill going their way. 3 kills completely unanswered despite the health bars.
Health bar so low. Adora got out with 1 HP. Just one more auto from Looney Tunes would have done it. Once again, it's all about Scuzzy. They cannot kill this Tiamat quickly enough. And I think they're committing too much into this Tiamat. They're investing too many resources into a Tiamat that's taking too long to die, or usually not even dying at all. And it's diverting attention away. You've also got Physics, who is zoning just about as well as they can do. Gambled with all of the health bar and then some in that specific instance. But, you're doing your job. You survived. You diverted attention and resources, and you allowed the rest of your team to flourish. And attention is being taken away from Scuzzy, and specifically away from Furball on this Hui, who's kind of not being looked at all in these fights.
Bugle Wizard wants their way into this Fire Giant pit. They have gotten in. Will they drop the ultimate for this one? They don't have it just yet. It's just to steal. The Runic Bomb goes down. And Fallen Angels steal it. They steal the EFG. Zexy Zealot goes in to sweep up Furballer as well. The Choco is phenomenal. Adora has to retreat, managing to get out just about, but the rest of Fallen Angels tear forward. Zexy Zealot goes deep, but too deep. Shall trade themselves out. Wow. 1-for-1, but the Fire Giant goes the way of Fallen Angels.
Enhanced Fire Giant secured for the Fallen Angels. Twinkle Toes looking to go in, but it doesn't matter. They've got EFG. They can now look at this Phoenix. They might even have a look at mid Phoenix, maybe left Phoenix. They're going to play it patiently, nice and calm. Go for that Oni Fury, which is spawning soon. I think that makes sense. The game state is still very much even. You've lost Sexy Zella as well, who I think a few too many times has been caught out a little bit high up, a little bit over-aggressive, without that power available. But, they take out that tower, they'll take this Oni Fury, they'll back now, they need to back and spend their gold so that they can be there in time for the Oni Fury push. I'd like to see them do that now. As soon as those Oni waves spawn, you want to be with them and pushing with them so that you can get maximum value out of them. Start by pushing, down that left-hand side, let Oni minions take that right-hand side tower, start looking at Phoenix, and then the door will open for you naturally because someone will have to defend those Oni minions. So I'd like to see them do that and coordinate it properly. I think they might be a little bit slow, though.
Yeah, maybe just a touch too slow. If they, they're going to sweep up this beacon, maybe push up towards the left lane. They've got a bit of time to work with there, but certainly have to find something now. And Eternal Vanguard, they've had such a good position there to take that Fire Giant. But Runic Bomb, man, when there's no big secure in the game, Runic Bomb is just frightening. So I do expect to see Fallen Angels go left. How does the defense look for Eternal Vanguard?
Well, one thing that does help is Tiamat can put minions in that right-hand side, and that will help counter the fire minions just that little bit and slow them down. This means that they should be able to defend this Phoenix as 5, and it's tough to fight into a Tiamat Hui. Plus, they've got zoning tools with like Odin Cage and stuff, so they have quite a lot to defend into. And if you're the Fallen Angels on the flip side, you're thinking, well, we're relying on a blink engage, probably from Shaq or a pluck from Bugle Wizard. But a pluck at this stage into the Phoenix will probably get Bugle Wizard killed. So they need to be very careful about that.
Well, wave comes in, Twinkle Toes blinks in first. There's Zexy Zealot going up. There's a big cage from Physics, but just taking so much damage. Looney Tunes is just about alive, but is in the sky. Gets out safely, gets a shell coming through as well. Trying to chase them down is Adora, but punished for that is Adora. Bugle Wizard tries to find an opportunity, takes too much damage, and has to retreat. The left line Phoenix still alive. Zexy Zealot not alive any longer. 1-for-1. Jungler for jungler. Left lane Phoenix still up for Eternal Vanguard.
Yeah, it didn't look like a bad engage. I mean, Twinkle Toes got a blink onto the backline, but I think what really neutralized that threat was Physics' blink into the Fallen Angels backline with that Odin cage, saw the engage coming, made sure to cage off the backline so they couldn't even get into Phoenix range. And actually, that meant that they were able to deal with the Shack a little bit better. They were able to deal with that Dargiel, and they forced Looney Tunes up into the sky nice and early. And that's all credit to physics. It was a fantastic counter engage that we saw from the Odin. Honestly, really, really perfect. And it means that Phoenix was not touched by the Fallen Angel. Really great play.
And now, Enhanced Fire Giant about to drop off of all of the Fallen Angels. So space for Eternal Vanguard. They had that big warning sign. You could have lost the game to that EFG, but they haven't. They will live to contest the next Enhanced Fire Giant, which I would expect them to step up to at this stage. What have you got to lose? There is an air of going out on your shield for this one, because if you're going to go down, you don't want to go down quietly, and that's exactly what both teams have done. They've really squared up. This game has been as back and forth as the set, but we saw one long and close game before, and that went the way of Eternal Vanguard. Can Fallen Angels put it together and come away in this one, or is it going to be more of the same as game number one?
Really hard to call, but honestly, both teams, although this has been very much like game number one in how back and forth it's been and how close it's been and how long it's going, both teams have actually played much cleaner, I think.
Yes.
Across the board, engages have been a lot better. Counter engages have been fantastic. Objectives have been really good, and there have been less mistakes, massively, I would say. So in that regard, both these teams have improved massively, and it seems right that they're both at this stage of the game. We're nearly 40 minutes in, fighting over Enhanced Fire Giant, and there's really nothing to call between these two teams. That's how it should be, and credit to both of them. Whoever ends up winning this set, they will have deserved it, but it's been a great match either way. I just can't call which way it's going to go, though. It's going to come down to one little misplay, one little misstep. Who's going to use those beads first? Who's going to roll on in and get caught out? That's what it's going to come down to.
This is tension. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what tension looks like. Neither side wants to be the one to make that mistake. Pluck off the mark from Bugle Wizard. Might not get too punished for it, but that's a big knock, a big combination of the physics, though. Physics blown up first. Zexy Zealot up into that power. Do they have more in the bank? Yes, they do. Jinxed gets pulled in. Jinxed has to retreat. Zexy Zealot gives chase. Sunbreaker will be enough to dissuade any further aggression, but that is the pick that Fallen Angels were looking for. Is it enough to get them to pull this fire? They have sent Zexy Zealot back, along with the support as well. Bugle Wizard back in base with them, but however, has that opened the door for Eternal Vanguard to get aggressive? The backline exposed. Wow. Indora, though, burned through. The snipes come out from Looney Tunes, hits all three onto Furballer, and the teleport coming back in now for Twinkle Toes. They give chase to Scuzzy. Fallen Angels have the space to work with. Have they done it? Can they take this Fire Giant?
Yeah, should be free Enhanced Fire Giant. They don't even need all 5 members on this. They only need the 2 backliners and Bugle Wizard to tank. But actually, all 5 are going to go for it because there's no kind of contest with Eternal Vanguard. Health bars just got that little bit too low. I don't know, giving up an Enhanced Fire Giant at this stage of the game is always a risky call, but you've got to trust in your Phoenix defense. You won't have a Dora up, and that's going to make it difficult. But really, you've still got the tools in hand to try and defend this. But it's mid-Phoenix. Maybe you don't invest too much in this one. Maybe save your stuff for a left or a right Phoenix. But they're going in.
Going in first. Physics there. Not going to get pulled by that Paolo. Reaper there. Committed all of those bombs just in case. But yes, mid lane Phoenix goes down. At least Eternal Vanguard can say they are still alive. That's what you're looking for in this sort of situation. Physics on this Odin feels a lot less tanky now with the way that this game has gone, especially with Looney Tunes getting shots on them.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's the space we needed, and they got the lockdown. Yeah, we said that's what their draft can do, specifically because of the Sobek, and then the damage that's coming out from Reaper and Looney Tunes combined. Any tank is going to get melted through that, and all it takes is one pluck, and then a knock up, a tail whip, or whatever. That's just enough CC at this stage of the game. You really don't live for very long, so that's working really well for them. We need to see, a bit more conservatism from Zexy Zealot has been probably a bit too aggressive at times, needs to try and blink in, use the one, and then try and juke around the edge of the fight until you have to use that powwow, try and bait stuff onto you, then use the powwow, use it to get your cooldowns back, and then get on out of there. Or wait for your team to turn up and bail you out. That if we see that, then they'll definitely have success in this game. But
Phoenix,
there's still reason to be positive for Eternal Vanguard, but this Phoenix is melting down. It's not gone yet though, and they've got tools to defend it.
Not gone yet. Twinkletoes gone first to make that happen. However, spaced out by Physics yet again. Physics gets around the backside, has created a lot of space, and Zexy Zealot forced up into the powwow at that very last moment. The left lane Phoenix will go down. Zexy Zealot still alive for a moment, but falls down. The Scuzzy Looney Tunes as well gets the Aegis, but it is not enough. The chase down from Eternal Vanguard, fantastic. Bugle Wizard forced to try to retreat, gets the charge prey out, and will be retreated. But look at the Titan. Look at the Titan. We have Twinkletoes. Twinkletoes all alone. On the Titan going for the end. Physics, though, has teleported back. It is not going to end like that, Zets. However, Eternal Vanguard now, only one member of the enemy team left alive. 46 seconds to work with. Do they go for the end?
I think this is a tough call. They haven't got the waves on their side.
Physics got him.
I don't know. I don't know if they have the damage.
Out.
Oh, actually teleports out. Also, Physics has the Pyromancer Bomb, does also have TP. They'll get through this Phoenix. I don't think they can end. There's 2 tier 2 towers up. They're taking long enough to kill this.
They're gonna try.
I don't think they can do it.
They're gonna try, Zats. They're gonna go for it. Our Eternal Vanguard, they need to go for it. Twinkletoes goes in, gets it off on everybody. There is the Dora very low. The Odin Cage is fantastic. Dropping everything. Our Eternal Vanguard, and they will use it to become your Deep Sea Division final grand champions.
I got it wrong, Judas. I did not think they could do that. And maybe if I was in that situation, I would not have gone for that. But grand finals on the line, game 5, your last ever set, and they make a really bold call, and it absolutely worked for them. And credit to them, absolutely, they deserved that, because they made some incredible plays when they were really under pressure to do so, when they were in situations where they have to win that game 4, where they're under the caution in game 5, but they somehow pull out these plays and they make it work for them when it needs to happen, and that's actually signs of a really good team. And maybe I've been a bit critical of them at times. I've been saying they're all individual players, but they played really well as a team in that game number 5, and They deserve that. Thoroughly deserved winners. Well done to them.
Yeah, came into this tournament as the top seed, and they do finish the tournament at the top of the tree, but it was not easy for them. Wow. Fallen Angels did everything they could. They threw the whole kitchen sink at Eternal Vanguard, and if they had won that, would have been deserved winners. But that is how cruel competitive sports and esports can be. Wow. It just has to be said how fantastic that set was. So evenly matched teams. Everyone deserves full credit. But man, you have to tip your hat to Eternal Vanguard. They really pulled it out today.
Yeah, really pulled it out of the bag against some ridiculous odds, it has to be said. Very well done to them. I had my doubts, but that's the sign of a good team, is a team that wins when your backs are against the wall, and they're thoroughly deserved.
Just phenomenal. But unfortunately, that is it for today. Oh my goodness, we have been treated to a phenomenal set. Thank you to all of the players for tuning in. Thanks to Kraken for putting on a fantastic Deep Sea Division. Thanks to Raptor in the backside for providing all of the visuals, but thank you to everyone who tuned in. What an experience. And if that has to be the final Smitecast that we do, Zets, it could not have been a better one. Absolutely outstanding. What a way to send off the Deep Sea Division. But I've been Judas Priestley, joined by Zets today. Thank you everyone again for joining us tonight. It could not have gone better, and we will see you all hopefully in Smite 2.